Morning, everyone. Or something wrong. But anyway, good morning, everyone. Court should be starting in just a few minutes, so we're just gonna hang out here and wait on them. I'm at work again, so I'll be in and out.
Court come to order.
Do we have any matters we need to take up before we get the jury in this morning?
Not a mistake, Your Honor.
Okay. Everybody good? Hello, tell me your name.
David Howell.
Howell? Okay, you've been with us before? Okay, welcome back. All right, are you ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The first witness is outside and logging in the machine now.
Okay,
I will be using that.
all right, and is the jury ready? All right, okay, let's get the jury in. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mr. Atkins, you can call the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Ms. Sharon Latner to the stand.
Okay.
Raise your hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Spell your first last name for the court, please.
Sharon Latners, SharonLatners.
Good morning, Ms. Latners, and welcome back.
Good morning.
Now, Ms. Latners, I am going to approach with what's been marked as states 1 Juliet Juliet through 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha and Bravo. Now, Ms. Latners, if you can take a minute and look through those 3 exhibits and just look up at me when you're ready.
Okay.
What are those, Ms. Latners?
1 John is CAD report.
Can you pull that mic towards your?
This one?
Yeah, that one. Thank you.
Exhibit 1 John 1, I'm sorry, 1 John, then 1 John 8 is a copy of the CAD report for the incident.
And what is that disc, Ms. Latners, 1 JJ Bravo?
911 calls.
And Ms. Latners, do you recognize those?
Yes,
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and the 911 call associated with this incident?
yes,
And before testifying, Ms. Latners, did you review and mark that 911 call on 1 Juliet Juliet Bravo?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit states exhibits 1 Juliet Juliet and 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha and Bravo.
You're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is publishing 1 Juliet Juliet. Now, Ms. Latners, what is the incident number for this CAD report? Or what are the last 4?
you have 0288 and 0292.
What is the date of this CAD report?
April the 28th, 2015.
And for specifically 1 Juliet Juliet, what call type and description was this call?
Call came as shots fired. Officer changed it to 86, which is vandalism. The call came in as shots fired, which was a 25. Officer changed it to 86, which means vandalism.
Ms. Latners, in your experience with APD, what are some type of situations where an 86 vandalism could come across on a CAD report?
If our operator call, sorry, if a caller called in, says car been vandalized, a car been shot up, window been broken, that's vandalism.
Now, Ms. Latners, what was the location address for this incident?
2517 Dongley Harwell Parkway, Northwest Atlanta.
Are you familiar with that location, Ms. Latners?
There's a club over there.
That's fair enough. Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 1 Tango Alpha. Now, Ms. Latners, a couple weeks back, did you and me talk about 1 Tango Alpha?
Yes,
And what is the address 1 Tango Alpha?
551 Wood Drive, Northwest Atlanta.
Ms. Latners, you actually don't have that before you. You have, if you look on, is your screen working on that laptop?
Yes,
I just published an exhibit you don't have physically before you.
okay.
What is the address for 1 Tango Alpha?
On this screen, it's 2517 Donnelly Hardware Parkway, Northwest Atlanta.
Is that the same address as 1 Juliet Juliet we were just discussing?
Yes,
Your Honor, republishing State's Exhibit 1 Juliet Juliet. Now, Ms. Latners, was this a 911 call or officer-generated CAD report?
officer generated CAD report.
What time was this CAD report generated?
Officer pulled out on the call at 02:20 a.m. hours.
What time was the call? And is this 1 Juliet Juliet, Ms. Latners?
Say that again?
Is this 1 Juliet Juliet?
Yes,
Is the dispatch time and the call receive time the same?
yes,
Is that because it was officer generated?
yes.
Now, what time was this call cleared?
It cleared at 04:34 a.m. hours.
Now, do you see on page 1, Ms. Latners, under unit information, there's a number of, it says SEC unit and then has numbers?
Yes,
Now, what does that indicate?
well, it looks like off-duty unit was working at the club, he pulled out. And once he come over there and he said shots fired at the location, most of every unit in that zone 1 is gonna go to that location. So that's why you have the different units out there at that location.
So do each of those units that have a different number reflect a different officer?
Yes,
And roughly, is that about how many units do you see listed on page 1?
12 units.
Now, Ms. Latners, turning to page 2, do you see at the top, does it continue to list different unit numbers that responded?
Yes,
How many do you see on the top of page 2?
5 units.
So in total, is it about 17 units that responded to this call?
Yes,
Now, do you see beneath that, Ms. Latners, where it has unit times and has a number of codes?
yes.
What code is A alpha?
That means the unit arrived on the scene,
What code is EN
en route,
and BU?
back up.
So, Ms. Latners, is page 2 of this, is this indicating when various officers are arriving or en route to that location?
Correct.
Now, further down, Ms. Latners, do you see where, and you had stated to the jury, do you see on page 2 where it stated that the count was a 25 for shots fired?
Yes,
And does it list that count changing to an 86 further on in the CAD report?
not on the second page, it doesn't.
If you turn to page 3, Ms. Latners, do you see where there's a code for RT?
Yes,
What does that code mean?
that means that the unit is sitting in his car on his MDT running different information, tags, person wanted.
And Ms. Latners, is short on CAD reports, is TXT, what is that short for?
TXT,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the information coming back for his MDT
And what about LIC?
license.
Now, Ms. Latners, One brief moment, Ms. Latners. So, Ms. Latner, I want to walk through this with you. Starting on page 3, you see the time 2:27:57 a.m. on the top of page 3.
22750, what?
57.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that indicates?
That indicates that the unit is running someone tag. Well, it shows license, I'm sorry, correct, license.
And what are the last 4 of that license?
4209.
Now, Ms. Latner's a little bit further down at 229:34, kind of in the middle of the page. Do you see the code at 229:34?
They're running another license plate.
Is that a different last 4 of the license plate?
Yes, 7542.
And Ms. Latner's kind of towards the bottom of page 3 at 251:57. Do you see that code?
Yes,
Is that a different last 4 than the previous 2?
yes,
Is that another vehicle license that's being ran?
yes,
Now, turning to page 4, Ms. Latner, you see at the top at the time 3:12:15 a.m.
okay.
What code or what is happening on the CAD report at 3:12:15 a.m.?
They're running another license plate, 0994.
Turning Ms. Latner to 3:16:49, kind of towards the middle of the page. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury what that indicates at 3:16:49?
they're running another license plate, 9521.
Ms. Latner's turning to 3:23:49 a.m., kind of towards the bottom of the page. Do you see another code at that time?
They run another license plate, 7271.
And Ms. Latner's finally at 3:40:57 towards the bottom of the page. What is happening at 3:40:57?
They're running another license plate, 9843.
Now, Ms. Latner's, is that 7, or how many is that 7 license plates that you just indicated were reflected in the CAD report?
Yes,
Do you see the 4th row above the CAD narrative at 4:34:43 a.m.?
434 what?
4:34:43.
Yes,
What is occurring at 4:34:43?
they did a report on each one of those license plates. They put in code 17.
What does code 17 mean to pull that in?
They did a report for whoever vehicles these are.
Now, Ms. Latner's flipping to page 1 briefly. What time was this case cleared?
Cleared their 0434 AM hours.
Is that the same time as when you indicated they generated a report on page 4?
Yes,
What does the code DC mean?
they just, DC is, distribution, I'm sorry, DC is mean they cleared the call for that 17.
Now, Ms. Latner, do you see a CAD narrative at the bottom on page 4?
Yes,
What is the first input in that CAD narrative?
it shows 78 shots on calls, 67 vehicles shot up at location,
What is it? Does it say no 78?
no 78.
What does that mean?
No, look out on the person who did the shooting.
And then it says 6 to 7 vehicles shot up at location.
Yes,
So with the 7 license plates that were ran on scene, is that aligned or not aligned with 7 vehicles being shot up?
yes,
Ms. Latner, do you also see the second from the bottom in the CAD narrative on page 4? Is there any related incident numbers to this?
yes, it is.
What is the last 4 of the related incident number?
0292.
And Ms. Latner's, the very last at 3:51:45, when it says M type 25 to 86. Is that what you were describing of the count changing for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I want to turn to, is that the end of this CAD report for 1 Juliet Juliet?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I want to turn to 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha. Is 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha related to the CAD report we just discussed?
Yes.
Is the last 4 of that CAD the same last 4 reflected in 1 Juliet Juliet that we just discussed?
Yes.
Is it the same? What date is this?
April 28th, 2015.
Now, what zone and beat are these 2 CAD reports?
Zone 1. And they're on beat 109 speed.
Now, for CAD report 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha, what is the address?
551 Woods Drive, Northwest Atlanta.
And with the 2 CAD reports being the same zone and the same beat, and Your Honor, publishing 1 Juliet nearby.
Yes.
Was this call, unlike the first call, a 911 or officer generated call?
It came through with 911.
What time was the 911 call?
02:20 a.m. hours.
What time was the call received with dispatch?
Dispatch received the call 02:21 hours.
Now, Ms. Latner is just briefly glancing back at 1 Juliet Juliet. Is this 911 call after or before the officer generated CAD report we just discussed?
A couple seconds after for the officer generating it.
When did officers arrive to this 911 call?
First officer arrived at 02:26 hours.
What priority call was this 911 call?
A priority 2 call.
Is that a 10-minute response?
Yes.
What time was this call cleared?
It was cleared at 02:32 a.m. hours.
Was it cleared roughly 10 minutes after the call or officers arrived?
Yes.
Now, turning to the CAD narrative on page 2, do you see that, Ms. Latners? The 4th row from the top at 2:21:28 a.m. Can you tell the jury what that indicates?
The call advised the operator they heard about 30 shots in the area.
Now, Ms. Latners, the very last input at 2:23:36, does it have a related CAD report?
Yes, it does.
And is that related CAD report 1 Juliet Juliet?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish is 1 Juliet Juliet Bravo, the 911 call that corresponds with this CAD report? The disc you have before you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish 1 Juliet Juliet Bravo for the jury.
Atlanta 911 emergency operator 1287, what's the address of your emergency?
551 Woods Drive, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, but don't come to the
Okay, let me verify, 551 Woods Drive, Northwest, right?
Yeah,
Okay, but do not come, so what's going on, you need the police, fire, ambulance,
gunshots,
how many?
a lot, like 30.
Heard 30 gunshots in the area, 551 Woods Drive?
Yes.
Okay, but do not come to Woods Drive, did you see anybody?
No.
Okay, heard about 30 shots, so, okay, and your name?
Don't want to.
You don't, okay, that's fine, can I just verify your phone number in case we have to call you back, just ask a question?
4428567.
Okay, 442856734. Okay, hold on 1 second. Are you near Club Crucial?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right, ma'am, I think we've already had that reported, but, thank you for calling, okay?
Okay.
Thank you now, bye-bye. Oh,
Now, Ms. Lattners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 kilo through 4 kilo alpha. And I'm gonna grab these Juliets from you. Or actually, I'm gonna leave them up here. Ms. Lattners, if you can take a minute to look through those kilo exhibits and just look up at me when you're ready. Ms. Lattners, what are 1 kilo through 4 kilo alpha that I just gave you and you just reviewed?
CAD reports from April 28th, 2015.
And how do you recognize them?
Yes,
Is one of those a disc?
yes,
Is there any significant markings on that disc?
my initials.
Were you able to listen what's on that disc before testifying here today?
Yes,
And Ms. Lattners, are 1 kilo through 4 kilo alpha a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and 911 call for this incident?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce into evidence 1 kilo, 2 kilo, 3 kilo, 4 kilo, and also, Your Honor, the 1 through 4 kilo alpha.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Lattners, in publishing 1 kilo for the jury. Ms. Lattners, what is the date of this incident report?
April 28th, 2015.
The same date as we just discussed?
Yes.
What is the location of this call?
1291 MLK Drive, Northwest Atlanta.
What type of call was this?
Shots fired.
What is the zone and beat?
Zone 1, 105 speed.
And Ms. Lattners, for the record, what is the incident report for 1 kilo?
151180455.
Ms. Lattners, was this a officer generated or 911 call?
911 call.
What time was this 911 call generated?
0403 AM hours.
Now, Ms. Lattners, if you glance at 1 Juliet, is this 911 call after or before those?
After.
You said it was made at 040325.
Yes.
When was the call received at dispatch?
0404 AM hours.
When were officers dispatched to that location?
0405 AM hours.
And when were officers cleared from this scene?
0412 56 AM hours.
Now, Ms. Lattners, do you see at the bottom with the CAD narrative? Can you describe what at 4:04:34 AM for the jury, what that indicates?
Caller advised he heard he heard shots fired in the area.
Does that indicate that the caller heard 8 shots fired in the area?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Lattners, at the top, do you see the disposition for this CAD report?
It shows code 12 and also say CCAD 0462.
And does code 12 signify that there's some type of investigation?
Yes,
Ms. Latners, do you have before you 1 kilo alpha? Or already admitted, Your Honor, the state's going to publish 1 kilo alpha.
LS 911, operator 6173, what's the address to your emergency?
Well, 1291 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, but somebody's firing off AKs in the neighborhood.
About how many did you hear?
Just heard about 17 shots.
Did you want to see what the officer when they come out?
Nah, I'm asleep, but I mean, dang, it's every night.
Okay.
And if they can check the address at 1271, it's an empty house next door to me. They going in and out that house at night. They start going in that house about 8:30 dark at night, and they go in and out the house all night. Cars parked down on Rock Mart. So I don't know. It's not this. Like I said, it can't be but a few houses away that shoot, that are random shooting, and it goes on every night in the neighborhood. But just it's kind of close that time. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to get someone out.
Yeah, maybe you can get a little patrols through here in the evening, Sam. They bust caps, shoot caps every night here around through here between 2 and 4.
Okay. All right, I'll send someone out.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mama.
Publishing what's been admitted, Your Honor, as 2 kilo. And Ms. Latners, with all of these kilo exhibits that we're discussing, how many total CAD reports do you have before you?
4.
And were all 4 of those related to the same incident?
Yes,
Ms. Latners, in 2 kilo, what is the incident report for this CAD report?
151180456.
Was 1 kilo, did that end in 455?
Yes,
Is this 456?
yes,
And Ms. Latners, when CAD reports come through APD, do they get incident numbers in sequential order?
yes,
So this is the next incident report after 1 kilo.
yes.
What is the location for this incident number?
1469 Mill Street Southwest.
What is the zone and beat for this CAD?
Zone 1, 104 is beat.
Is that the same zone and beat as 1 kilo?
No, the first one was 105's beat,
Is 104 near 105's beat?
right next door.
What was the source of this CAD report? Was it a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call,
What time was this call received?
0403 AM hours
Was that after or before 1 kilo?
after.
What type of priority was this call?
Prior to 2,
Is that a 10-minute response time?
10 minutes.
What time was this call cleared?
0412 hours AM. 0412 AM hours.
Ms. Latners, comparing 2 kilo with 1 kilo, how close in time is the clearance between the 2 calls?
About 5 seconds off.
What was the disposition of 2 kilo?
Code 12 investigated CCAD 0462.
Is that the same CCAD 0462 referenced in 1 kilo?
Yes,
Publishing, Your Honor, 3 kilo. Ms. Latners, what is the incident number for 3 kilo?
151180460.
What is this the same date as what we just discussed?
Yes,
What zone and beat is 3 kilo?
zone 104's beat.
Was this self-initiated by an officer or a 911 call?
It's 911 call.
Now, Ms. Latners, what time was this call received?
046 a.m. hours.
How close in time is the 04, 06, 07 hours to 1 and 2 kilo we just discussed?
Couple of minutes off.
Ms. Latners, what time was this call cleared?
0408 a.m. hours.
And turning to the CAD narrative at 4:06:07 a.m., can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
Received a call advised several shots heard in the area.
And Ms. Latners, turning to the top, what is the disposition for 3 kilo?
The 911 canceled the call. Dispatch canceled the calls because all of it was related to the first 2 calls. And she marked as CCAD 04620456, since all in the same area as 104's beat.
Is that why, Ms. Latners, the call was canceled 2 minutes after this 911 call was generated?
Correct.
Your Honor, publishing what's been marked as 4 kilo. Ms. Latners, looking at 4 kilo, what is the incident number for 4 kilo?
151180462.
Is this the 0462 that was referenced in the previous 3 kilo exhibits?
Yes.
What's the location for this CAD report?
1428 Adele Avenue Southwest.
What zone and beat is 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Zones 104's beat.
Is that the same beaten zone or the neighboring beaten zone for the previous 3 CAD reports?
Yes.
And what was the source of this CAD report? Was it 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was the 911 call made?
0405 a.m. hours.
What time was the 911 call received by APD dispatch?
0406 a.m. hours.
What time were officers dispatched out to that call?
0407 a.m. hours.
What time was this call cleared?
0704 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, you see on page 1, it has unit information.
Yes.
Who was the primary unit on this call?
1104.
And is there any officers listed for this case?
Yes.
Their name.
Adrian Pitts.
Is there multiple unit numbers beneath 1104?
Yes.
Is that multiple officers responding to this call?
Yes.
What type of call is this? What's the code?
Code is 50, person shot.
Would a person shot code 50, what kind of response would that get?
Priority 2.
And how quick a response time is priority 2 within APD CAD?
Should be quick as possible. We have 10 minutes to dispatch it out.
Now, Ms. Latners, do you see on page 2 the CAD narrative at the bottom?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what is indicated at 4:06:28, the third from the top?
It advised female shot, female grazed by bullet.
What is after female grazed by bullet?
College states someone shot up house.
And Miss Latner's, two beneath that at 40740, is it reference a related incident number we've already discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish 4 kilo alpha for the jury.
Put that weed out. I'm going.
And that's 911, operator 6587, what is the address of your emergency?
Someone just turned a shot on my house and my auntie got shot.
Okay. Okay, what's the address?
1428
1428
Adair Avenue.
Adair?
30314.
Is this in a house or an apartment?
You said what, ma'am?
Is this a house or an apartment?
Our house?
Okay, that's Adair Avenue Northeast? Southeast?
I think it's southeast.
Okay.
1428 Adair Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, 30314.
Okay, it's not coming up southeast. Hold on one moment.
ADELE.
Oh, Adele.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, hold for Grady.
Mama told my clean her.
Your emergency.
Hello?
This is Brandy EMS with the address of your emergency.
1428.
Okay, repeat that one more time. Okay, repeat that. Make sure we have it correct. Hello?
Hello?
Can you repeat the address to make sure we have it correct?
1428 Avenue.
All right, apartment or private house?
A house.
What's the phone number you're calling from in case we're disconnected?
404-203-4683.
All right, and what's your name?
Diamond Needle.
Okay, Dr. Can you tell me what happened?
I was just, when I woke up from the gunshot, people, somebody just told me they were shooting up the house.
Okay, was anyone shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you with the patient right now?
She lying in bed.
Okay. Are you with her right now?
You said what, ma'am?
With her right now, Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how old is she?
She is. She didn't get, the bullet didn't go through, she got straight. But she is, see how you got this away?
Is she awake?
Yes, she awake.
She breathing?
You said, yes, she breathing.
Okay, when did this happen? When did this happen? When did this happen? Did she breathe?
5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and is there was still nearby?
You said what?
The person that was shooting, are they still in the area?
Yes, ma'am, that's still in the house with me.
Okay, is there any serious bleeding?
No, ma'am.
Bleeding at all?
Yes, she's breathing. The blue structure.
All right. Is she completely alert?
You said what, ma'am?
Is she completely alert?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what part of her body was injured?
The butt.
Got it. But
Yes, ma'am.
there more than one wound.
No, ma'am.
All right. Send the paramedics to help stand alive. We'll tell you what's next. Atlanta Fire Police 792.
Okay.
Steering route.
Okay.
Okay. Great. What you say, Atlanta?
You said what?
We need to know if the person that shot her is still on scene.
Yes, ma'am. She said it.
No, the people that were shooting, are they still around?
Oh, yes, I definitely was driving.
Okay, so they're nowhere in sight at this time.
Oh, no, ma'am.
You know where they are or where they went?
No, ma'am. We just woke up. Okay.
Okay. Then the paramedics to help stand alive. We'll tell you what's next. Grab a Christian dry cloth or a towel.
Okay.
Okay, and I want you to place your right on the wall, press down firmly, and don't hold it up close, okay? Let her know that help is coming. Don't give her any food or drink that might make her sick or cause problems for the doctor. Let her rest as comfortably as possible, but watch her closely. If she becomes less awake and vomits, please turn her on her side. Okay, so when she family test, gather any medications that she's taking, please unlock your door, shut on the outside light, and have someone meet the paramedics. Okay, we'll look back for further instructions. We're on the way.
Okay, the police is already outside. So that's
All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Latners, that was the 911 call that corresponded with 0462.
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's marked as 1 Lima Lima, 1 Lima Lima Alpha, and 1 Lima Lima. Excuse me, and 2 Lima Lima. Ms. Latners, just take a minute, look over those exhibits and just look up at me when you're ready. Ms. Latners, what are 1 Lima Lima, 2 Lima Lima, and 1 Lima Lima Alpha?
Copy of the CAD report for that incident.
Is there also a 911 call associated with those?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call and CAD reports for this incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 Lima Lima, 1 Lima Lima Alpha, and 2 Lima Lima.
You may.
I'm gonna come grab these, Ms. Latners, be right back. I'm gonna give these back to you, Ms. Latners.
So was there objection or did y'all just need to see them? Okay, all right.
Reiterate our previous
Okay, they're preserved. All right, so those are admitted.
Your Honor, publishing, thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 1 Lima Lima. Ms. Latners, what is the incident report for 1 Lima Lima?
151180587,
What is the date?
April 28th, 2015.
And Ms. Latners, what type of call is 1 Lima Lima?
Shots fired.
What was the location of the shots fired?
1903 Drew Drive Northwest.
What is the zone and beat for this call?
Zone 1, 110 speed.
Now, Ms. Latners, was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was this 911 call made?
05:50 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, is this after or before the 2517 Donnelly Hollowell 1JJ we discussed?
After.
Is this after or before the 1428 Adele Drive we just discussed with Kilo exhibits?
After.
Ms. Latners, when were officers dispatched to this scene?
At 05:53 a.m. hours.
When did they arrive?
06:01 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
06:44 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, do you see unit information in the middle of page 1?
I do.
What is the primary unit for this call?
1110s.
And what officer is associated with 1110?
Sean Hill.
Now, Ms. Latners, turning to the CAD narrative, the third from the top at 5:52:18 a.m. Can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
It indicates that the operator put in information about heard 9 gunshots fired near parking deck from the caller.
And when it says no 78, is that no suspect?
No suspect.
Ms. Latners, turning back to the top, do you see the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12 investigated.
And Ms. Latners, do you have before you a 911 call associated with this?
Yes.
Your Honor, is that 1 Lima Lima Alpha?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing 1 Lima Lima Alpha for the jury.
Atlanta 911, operator 6544. What's the address of your emergency?
I said 1903 Drew Drive.
1903 Drew Drive.
Yes.
Do you need police, fire, ambulance at that location?
I think it's be the police.
Okay, what's going on there?
I just woke up and I just heard about 9 gunshots.
Okay, can you tell me which direction you think it's coming from?
It came from the parking deck.
Okay. And this is an apartment?
Yes.
What's the name of the apartment?
Columbia Crest.
Is there a gate code?
Yes.
Can you share that with me, please?
0162.
0162. What's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, what's your contact phone number?
678-769-9305.
678-769-9305.
Yes.
And you said you heard about 9 gunshots fired near the parking deck. By chance, do you see anyone?
I don't even want to get close to the one.
Okay. And what's your apartment number?
What is 2309?
Do you want to speak with an officer when he comes out?
Oh, I don't have to. I just know I heard a lot of gunshots just now.
Okay, we're gonna get an officer over there to check it out. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
publishing two Lima Lima, Your Honor, and Ms. Latner's, we're going to talk about two Lima Lima. Is this April or 28, 2015?
Yes,
And Ms. Latner's, what is the incident report number for two Lima Lima?
151180588.
How did this call type come in?
A 911 call.
And what was the caller's first name?
Natasha,
And Ms. Latner's, what was the address of this 911 call?
1903 Drew Drive Northwest,
And is there an apartment associated with that call?
apartment 1122.
And what is the zone and beat for this 911 call?
Zone 1, 110 speed.
And is this after or before the one Lima Lima that we just discussed?
After.
How close in time is this 911 call to the first? If you look at one and two Lima Lima.
About a minute apart.
Now, Ms. Latner's, what time did officers get dispatched to this location?
05:55 a.m. hours,
What time did they arrive?
06:03 a.m. hours,
And what time was this call cleared?
11:16 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latner's, do you see in the middle under unit information? Is that the same unit number 1110 and Officer Sean Hill that we just discussed with one Lima Lima?
Yes,
So did that officer respond in relation to both of these calls?
yes.
And Ms. Latner's, do you see on page 2 at 6:44:05 a.m. where it says M type 54 to 86?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
Call came in as a suspicious person. That's a signal for Atlanta 54. An officer asked the dispatcher to change to 86 to vandalism.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Latner's. No further questions by the state, Your Honor.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for Ms. Latner's? All right. All right, Ms. Latner's, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness. All right.
My name is Denise Bell. Spell my name D-E-N-I-S-E, B-E-L-L. B-E-L-L, yes.
Good morning, Ms. Bell.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm a little nervous.
All right. Is there anything we can do to make you a little less nervous?
Not really.
All right. Ms. Bell, appreciate your honesty. Would you do me a favor and set your purse down by your side?
Yes, I can.
And I'm standing over here. Would you direct your communication to the jury over here? They need to hear what you're saying, and you need to talk loudly and into the microphone if you can.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Bell, would you tell the jury where you're from originally?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
All right. Do you have family that lives in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Have you lived in Atlanta all your life?
yes,
Do you have sisters and brothers?
yes.
How many?
I'll say 5.
Um,
Other than me.
and one of them, does one of them live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
Yes,
Have you ever lived at 1428 Adele Avenue?
yes,
And is that in Fulton County?
yes.
How long did you or has your family, you and your sister, you or your sister lived at 1428 Adele Avenue?
I mean, she may have been there 25 years and I was like maybe 13 years.
She's been there 25 and you 13?
Yes,
How'd you come to live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
that's a good question.
Thank you.
Some kind of way I had to move from where I was
Mhm.
living at, and I asked her, can I come
All
live
right.
with her?
Okay.
And she said, yes.
Is this sister of yours older or younger than you?
She's younger than me.
Would you describe for the jury what kind of structure, 1428 Adele Avenue, what kind of house does your sister have?
It's a nice family home, nice family home.
Is it a condo, townhome, or a standalone?
It's a home,
Standalone house,
Right.
single family?
yes,
All right. Is it brick, siding, something else?
brick.
All right. How many levels does your sister's house have?
I'm gonna say 3.
And when you walk into the door, just from outside, which level do you enter?
You enter on the 2nd level.
Okay. And do you or your sister sleep on,
Different levels, yes.
okay. Would you describe for the jury or tell the jury, I'm sorry, who all on April 28, 2015 lived at that house?
It had to be my sister,
Mhm.
one her daughter,
Okay.
and me.
And you. Would you tell the jury a little about yourself? Do you have children?
Yes,
How old are they?
my oldest will be 48 in next week, and
Okay.
my baby is 47.
Did either of your kids live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
No,
In April?
No.
All right. Your sister, how many kids does your sister have?
she has 4.
Would you tell the jury first the name and then the age of the 4 children that your sister have?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Your Honor, this is the address that the jury just heard about.
Age of the children.
I can approach as to why I'm doing it that way, but I have a reason and it is relevant.
All right, I'll give you some leeway.
Thank you. Would you tell the jury the name and age of your sister's 4 children?
I think the twins, which is Diamond and Daryl, maybe 27 now,
And that would have made them, what, 18 in
I
2015?
suppose.
Okay. And what's your sister's oldest child's name?
Stacy Adams, and she's 40.
She's 40. So she would have been, would she have been 31 in April of 2015?
I'm thinking yes.
Does your sister have a son, Philip Collins?
Yes,
Does Philip Collins go by the name Philo?
yes,
And would Philip Collins have been around 25 in April 2015?
I will say so.
Did your other siblings have children? Did your other sisters and brothers, did you
Yes.
have other nieces and nephews?
Yes, I do.
All right. Did any of those other nieces and nephews at any time during April 2015 live at the house with you and your sister?
No,
Did your sister's children, the four you just named, Philo, Darren, Diamond, and Stacy, did either of them live at the house besides Diamond in April 2015?
no.
Did they visit the house regularly?
Well, you know, they come by because they want to eat and I cook a lot for everybody, you know what I'm saying? And it's delicious.
Would you describe for the jury the area of Atlanta that, let me be more specific. Do you know where the Atlanta University Center is?
Yes,
All right. Is 1428 Adele Avenue down the street from Morris Brown College?
I wouldn't exactly say down the street, but it's not far
Okay.
from the home.
And is it also close to Spelman, Morehouse, Clark?
Yes.
All right. And also, please describe in the best way that you can the neighborhood that 1428 Adele Avenue is.
It's a wonderful neighborhood to raise your kids in. You know, it's a wonderful neighborhood. It was not, we felt no danger or anything. It's a nice neighborhood.
Is it mostly houses like the one you and your sister lived
You
in?
can object as to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Does the house itself sit off of of Adele Avenue, or is it in a subdivision?
Well, it's just a street with houses, you know.
How often did your sister's children, either Philo, Darren, or Stacy, visit?
Objection as to relevance.
There's, Your Honor, I am asking.
Sustained.
Okay.
Asked and answered.
Out of all your nieces and nephews, did you have any other nephew who was 18 in April of 2015?
No,
Okay. And did any of your other nieces and nephews visit your home at 1428 Adele Avenue as often as Cecilia's children did?
no.
Would Cecilia's children visit at least once a week?
Yeah.
Leading.
But
I was
I'm not
trying to be.
seeing the relevance of this right now, so you said you would get to it.
We are. Okay, thank you, Judge. Ms. Bell, do you remember April 27th and 28th of 2015?
Yes,
Why do you remember that date range?
that was the day that I was shot.
Could you lean into your mic and speak a little louder for this jury? so
That
they
was
hear
the
you?
day that I was shot.
All right. On that particular day, do you remember what day of the week it was?
I want to say a Monday.
Okay.
It was started Monday was, but it probably ended up Tuesday morning.
All right. And did the day involve anything of note before you got shot? Did anything happen?
No, everything was fine.
All right. Do you remember who all was at the house that Monday?
I want to say, I guess, you know, it's me, Cecilia, and her daughter.
All right. Did you all have any kind of concerns for your safety that day?
Not at all.
Do you remember about what time you turned in for the evening?
Well, I usually go to bed kind of late.
What's late for you?
I won't say 12:30,
Okay.
somewhere like that.
And was that particular night any different than any other? Did you go to bed about 12:30?
Yes.
All right. Were any of your nieces or nephews visiting at that time that you went to bed?
No.
Would you describe for the jury where inside the house your bedroom was?
I'm gonna say, like from this desk to that door.
The door at the back of the courtroom?
Yeah, that door.
And so would the door represent the front door of the house?
No,
What does the door represent as far as the house
the
goes?
desk would represent the front door. This would be the front door.
Okay. And so with where you are being the front door, the back door is your room?
I want to say, no, not the back door.
No, I mean
The
the
door-
back door of the courtroom.
Yes.
Was there a straight shot from your room to the front door?
Yes.
Did anybody else stay or sleep on that same level with you?
I think her daughter.
All right. And where did your sister sleep?
She slept upstairs.
Now, at the time you went to bed, describe from the time you went to bed to the time you remember something happening.
Well, we really didn't do anything, but sometimes we sit up and talk, stuff like that. But we really didn't do anything. I might have had a drink or two before we went to bed, but other than that, other than that,
What was your drink of choice?
vodka.
All right. Did you have it in the kitchen or did you have it in your room?
I had it in my room.
All right. Was it next to your bed?
Yes.
On the floor?
Yes.
All right. So tell the jury, once you went to bed, if you got up at any point before 6 a.m. What do you remember happening from the time you went to bed?
Oh, well, the time I went to bed, anything really happened.
Okay.
Until the doorbell rang.
All right. When the doorbell rang, what'd you do?
I answered the door.
Do you remember about how many people were at the door?
No, I don't.
Was it family or strangers that were at the door?
Well, I would say family because I wouldn't open the door at 3 o'clock in the morning for a stranger.
Fair enough. Was your sister's 18-year-old son one of the people that was at the door?
It had to be a sibling, yes. Yes, it was.
Okay. And were the other people with your nephew older, younger, or around the same age?
I don't know. I didn't even see them.
Okay.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm sorry. Could I have the witness pull the microphone a little bit closer, please?
Yeah, I don't know if it.
Your Honor, actually,
Problem is it doesn't move, it's stuck.
I mean, maybe I need to move a little closer.
I think that this one has.
Can you repeat? Can she repeat that last answer once we got the mic fixed? Try the one on the, well, that one's plugged in. Does anybody have a mic they can donate for a minute?
I'll give her mine. I can talk loud. I'll give her mine. If that's okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Miss Bell, I'm gonna give you my microphone, and if you could just lean into my microphone, and I'll move these back just so we don't have feedback.
All right, why don't you push that mic down towards your mouth?
I'm a light speaker. I used to didn't be, but I am now.
All right, and ask that last question so they can hear the answer.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Bell, when you heard the doorbell ring at 3:30 in the morning, and you said your 18-year-old nephew came in, did you see the people who were with your nephew? Not recognize him, just did you see anybody else with him?
It may have been, but I didn't pay any attention because once I opened the door and it was somebody that I recognized, I just walked away. I walked away from the door. I didn't really pay any attention. I just walked. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm asleep. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't really pay any attention.
Did the demeanor of your 18-year-old nephew or any of the people who were coming in cause you any concern?
No.
Did they, were they being loud or rowdy or anything like that?
No.
Did they in any way appear angry?
No.
Do you know, or did you recognize what they did once you let them in the house?
No.
Now, do you like guns?
No.
Do you make it known to your nephews and nieces you don't like guns?
Yes.
Do they respect you enough to respect the fact that you don't like guns?
Yes.
All right. So on this day, if it's 3:30 in the morning, was the previous morning was the previous day the Monday, or are we not in a Monday?
The previous day was Monday.
So if it's this 3:30 Tuesday morning.
Yes.
Did you see any guns in the hands of anybody that you let in the house at 3:30?
No.
Do you remember what anybody was wearing?
No.
room on the level that they came into that you saw them go in the direction of?
I didn't pay any attention.
Tell the jury, if what you did once you let them in the house.
I went back to my bedroom.
How far was your bedroom from where you parted ways with them?
I guess a few feet.
Did you hear anything from them, like anything?
Nothing.
Were you close enough to have heard if they've been arguing or anything?
No.
Were you close enough if they had been arguing to have heard it?
I would have heard it.
All right. Tell the jury once you got back to your room what you did.
I stepped in my room, and by my alcohol being next to my bed, I figured I'd take a drink, but I didn't get a chance to do that.
Why?
Because gunfire rang out. And by then, I was hit.
Your voice dropped.
I was hit.
What did you say right before you were hit?
I picked up the ball, and then I put it back down because I was hit.
Did you hear anything before you were hit?
I just probably heard a gunfire, but nothing else.
When you say you were hit, what do you mean?
I was hit by a bullet. I was shot. I just said I was hit instead of shot.
Did you immediately know you had been shot?
Yes.
What happened? How did you feel it? Tell the jury whatever.
Well, actually, I didn't really feel any pain at that time. I was very scared, and I looked into my hallway, which is right my bedroom, and the hallway right at my bedroom. So when I turned my back and looked around, the police was already there.
Do you have any idea how long it took you to gather yourself and look around and see the police?
I really didn't have any time.
Did you see when you realized you've been shot, were you able to see if there were any holes in the house for a bullet to have come through? Like, did a bullet, did you see where it came through?
It came through my wall.
Through your what?
My wall.
Do you remember how many shots you heard?
No, I don't.
Did you hear more than one?
Yes.
Do you remember what they sounded like?
It was very loud.
Do you remember whether they were fast?
Fast.
You being way more dignified than me, probably. Or something different.
I really don't remember.
What do you recall doing after you looked around and saw the police officer in the house?
I just stood there by the bed.
By the bed?
I stood by the bed. I never sat down or anything. I just stood there.
Was the police officer inside your bedroom when you looked?
No, he wasn't in my bedroom. He was in the hallway.
Do you recall saying anything?
No, I didn't say anything to him.
Do you remember who all was in the house at that moment where you noticed the police was in the house?
No.
Did you have any idea where your nephew and your nephew's friends were?
No.
What about your sister?
She actually didn't even really see anything or hear anything.
Without talking about what she may have seen or heard, I mean, where she was.
Oh, she was upstairs in her bedroom asleep.
Did she come down at any point and join you in yours?
No, no.
Did you see her interacting with the police?
I don't recall. I didn't see that.
Tell the jury the next things you remember happening.
I remember the ambulance came and they put me on the gurney. And they prepped me as they taking me out the house. Once I was in the ambulance, I really did not know how serious the injuries were. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't really feel any pain until I was operated on. The pain was so excruciating that I wouldn't wish it on nobody.
Were you in the hospital a long time?
I might have been in the hospital maybe a month and a half.
Ms. Bell, would you tell the jury if your neighborhood that you lived in on 1428 Adele Avenue was a neighborhood where younger, or you noticed your neighbors were?
No younger people. No younger people
Most of the residents there were older people. Had already been there for many years.
40 or older, or 30 or older?
They was older than that.
Did you notice, whether any of them had kids that came off in the south?
No.
Ms. Bell, I'm gonna show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 5KK, and forgive me for not knowing the military. Kilo, through 9 kilo, and a copy Mr. Brown is providing to the defense for them to look at while you're taking a look at 5 kilo through 9 kilo. And just tell me if you recognize the area depicted in these photographs. Looking starting at 5 kilo right here. Do you see 1428 Adele Avenue?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation in 5 kilo of what you and your sister's home look like
Yes.
in 2015?
Yes.
What about 6 kilo? Are you able to see the house from that?
Yes.
Is that too a fair and accurate representation of what the house looked like?
Yes.
In 2015? Looking at 7, 8, and 9 kilo. Do you see 1428 Adele Avenue in each of these photographs?
Not in this one.
Okay. What, and this one is 8 kilo?
Yes.
All right. What about 7 kilo? Do you see y'all's house in that?
Yes.
Does it look like it did in 2015 and 8?
Yes.
What about in 9 kilo?
Yes.
Now, do you see Adele Avenue in 8 kilo?
No.
So. Would 5, 6, 7, and 9 kilo aid you in more clearly telling and testifying to the jury about where things were, like your room and the holes or whatever you saw in the house were located on April 28th?
Ask me that again. I understand you.
All right. Do you see anything different about the house at 1428 Adele Avenue in these pictures than the way the house looked in April 2015?
No.
Your Honor, state tenders 5 kilo, 6, 7, and 9 kilo as evidence.
All right, admitted without objection.
Ms. Knight, are you able to help us publish? Okay. Starting with the court's permission, may I publish 5
May.
kilo? And Ms. Bell, it's gonna come up on screen in front of you in one time, and just gonna.
Okay.
And we just on this 5.
All right.
Once we blow it up, do you see where that arrow is in 5 kilo? If we could blow it up a little bit more. And would you describe for the jury which of these houses is 1428 Adele Avenue after we get gray box out of the screen?
The one with the cars in the driveway.
And would you tell the jury, are you able to describe for the jury where the front door of the house is?
The front door would be right there where those bushes.
Who put the arrow over the bush?
That's the front door.
And is that the door or the different door that you answered at 3:30?
That's the door.
And does that door face Adele Avenue?
Yes.
In relation to that door, would you describe which side of the house your room was on?
Straight.
Straight back?
Yes.
Were you ever able to, see how many bullet holes ended up being in y'all's house that day?
I wouldn't say I seen it that day.
I mean, later on, were you able to see how many bullet holes?
Yes.
Approximately how many did you see?
I never counted them.
Was it more than 3?
Yes.
Do you know if it got up to as many as 10?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if that house had any bullet holes in it before?
No, ma'am.
that day?
Can I have a tissue? Thank you.
Ms. Bell, had you heard or had you ever experienced gunfire in the, was it 10 years
Yes.
that you lived there before that day?
No.
Did you know, or did you call 911?
No.
Do you have any memory of who, if anyone, called 911 in your house?
No.
Do you remember talking to anybody before the ambulance came? Do you remember having any
No.
conversation? The 911 call. And does your nephew, who at the time was 25, at the time in April 2015, did he have a child himself?
Yes.
Did you know the mother of your 25-year-old nephew's child? And by no, I don't mean like had a relationship with her, I mean, did you know who she was?
I may have seen her.
Did she live, did you know where she lived?
No.
Had you ever visited her
No.
house? Do you know if she lived in an apartment house like y'all's or something different?
I'm not sure.
Are you at all familiar with Drew Drive?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Drew Drive?
Well, everybody knows the old pair home.
It's the old Perry Homes. And had you ever driven or gone to that area generally?
No.
Do you have any idea how far it was from where you lived on Adel?
No.
Do you know whether your nephew's child's mother lived?
Objection, Your Honor, as to short decision.
Overruled as to that.
Do you know whether your 25-year-old nephew's child's mother lived in that area?
No, I didn't know.
When you say you didn't know, are you talking about in 2015?
At that time, no, I didn't.
Do you now know whether she
I
lived?
did after everything happened.
And in April 2015, can you tell the jury today, in April 2015, did your nephew's child mother live on Drew Drive?
I think so.
Yeah, speak.
Yes.
Did you drive at that time?
No.
Did your sister drive?
She drives.
Now, the cars in the driveway of States 5KK, are those, that's not that your car? Is
No,
that your car?
no.
All right. Is that your sister's car?
No.
All right. Do you remember what kind of car your sister drove? April 28th, 2020.
Pacifica.
Pacifica?
Yes.
Is that a van, Chrysler Pacifica
Yeah.
or something? Okay. Do you remember what color it was?
It was like a blue.
Blue?
Yes.
Any idea of whether it was dark, light?
It was like blue.
Okay. Do you know at the time that you were shot, do you know if there were any other cars in your driveway that you remember?
No.
When the ambulance came, do you remember where it was parked when you got in?
No.
Did you ever see any shell casings outside the house?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see any bullets inside the house?
No.
Are you able to tell the jury where in the house you saw a bullet hole? Generally speaking, not necessarily exact places.
I'm gonna say a picture window, what you call a picture window. That's old, but it was a picture window in my bedroom wall.
Do I have, is a picture window like over the sink in the kitchen or something?
No, the picture window is the first window when
First one.
at the front door.
And did you at all ever see who it was that fired those rounds in y'all's house?
No, I didn't.
Just 1 second. I'm gonna play for you, Ms. Bell, what's already been admitted as Stacy's exhibit. 4 KK, 4 kilo alpha. And if you could tell me if you recognize
Good morning, Anthony.
of the person speaking first after the option.
Put that weed out. I'm going to.
Atlanta 911, operator 6587, what's the address of your emergency?
Someone just turned a shot on my house and my auntie got shot.
Okay.
And stopping at 14 seconds in. Do you, without saying any names, do you recognize the voice of the person?
I think that's my niece.
The niece that lived with you?
No.
Okay, a different niece?
Yes.
Whose child was that niece?
Wait, let me take that back. I'm not sure. They sound alike.
All right, we're gonna play a little bit more.
She said,
Okay?
okay, let me hear it again. She said,
Yes, keep playing.
Okay, what's the address?
1428
1428.
Adele Avenue.
I recognize the voice.
You nod your head, so we can pause. Is that the niece that lived with you or just
It needs to deal with me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bell. Just 1 minute. I think that's all I have right now. Thank you. All right, do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Ms. Williams, we have no questions.
Anybody? All right, Ms. Bell, thank you for your time and you are excused.
Thank you.
We need a break? Okay, let's take a restroom convenience break. And y'all have your next witness lined up, okay? I'm not sure where Mr. Atkins went, but I just wanted to make sure that, the redactions that we talked about previously on those CAD reports got made.
I will forward that information.
So talk to Mr. Atkins about that since those were, exhibits he used.
Yes,
All right. Anything else? Ma'am? Did somebody else say something? Okay. All right, let's take our recess, be back in whenever the jury's back. 10 minutes or so. Okay.
Okay, so they're on recess. Let's check out different YouTuber. Yes.
You said what?
We need to know if the person that shot her is still on scene.
Yes, ma'am. You said it.
No, the people that were shooting, are they still around?
Oh, yes, I definitely was driving.
Okay, so they're nowhere in sight at this time.
Oh, no, ma'am.
You know where they are or where they went?
No, ma'am. We was out. We just woke up.
Okay. Then just have nice to have demo. I would like to connect. Grab a cushion dry cloth or a towel.
Okay.
Okay, and I want you to place your right arm, press down firmly, and don't move it up. Okay. Let her know that help is coming. Don't give her any food or drink that might make her sick or cause problems for the doctor. Let her rest as comfortably as possible, but watch her closely. If she becomes less awake and vomits, please turn her on her side. Okay. So when she becomes intact, gather any medications that she's taking. Please unlock your door. Sit on the outside light and pass the one to the paramedic. Okay. We'll look back for further instructions on the way.
Okay, the police is already outside.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. I wonder how long it took them to get her help. Shout out to Cutthroat Radio Podcast.
Ms. Lattners, that was 911 call that corresponded with 0462.
Yes.
Ms. Lattners, I'm going to approach you with what's marked as 1 Lima Lima, 1 Lima Lima Alpha, and 1 Lima Lima. Excuse me, and 2 Lima Lima. Ms. Lattners, just take a minute, look over those exhibits and just look up at me when you're ready. Ms. Lattners, what are 1 Lima Lima, 2 Lima Lima, and 1 Lima Lima Alpha?
Complicated report for that incident.
Is there also a 911 call associated with those?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call and CAD reports for this incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 Lima Lima, 1 Lima Lima Alpha, and 2 Lima Lima.
You may.
I'm going to come grab these, Ms. Lattners. I'll be right back.
Okay, defense team is up there. Looks like Atkins is showing them a copy of what he is about to ask this woman questions about. Prayers to Ari Nicole. Hope you are recovering, feeling better soon.
I'm going to give these back to you, Ms. Lattners.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Penny, look at this outfit.
So was there objection or did y'all just need to see them? Okay, all right. Okay, they're preserved. All right, so those are admitted.
Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 1 Lima Lima. Ms. Lattners, what is the incident report for 1 Lima Lima?
151180587.
What is the date?
April 28th, 2015.
And Ms. Lattners, what type of call is 1 Lima Lima?
Shots fired.
what was the location of the shots fired?
1903 Drew Drive Northwest.
What is the zone and beat for this call?
Zone 1, 110 speed.
Now, Ms. Latner, was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was this 911 call made?
05:50 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latner, is this after or before the 2517 Donnelly Hollowell 1JJ we discussed?
After.
Is this after or before the 1428 Adele Drive we just discussed with Kilo exhibits?
After.
Ms. Latner, when were officers dispatched to this scene?
At 05:53 a.m.
Excuse me.
hours.
When did they arrive?
06:01 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
06:44 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latner, do you see unit information in the middle of page 1?
I do.
What is the primary unit for this call?
1110s.
And what officer is associated with 1110?
Sean Hill.
Now, Ms. Latner's turning to the CAD narrative. The third from the top at 5:52:18 a.m. Can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
It indicates that the operator put in information about heard 9 gunshots fired near parking deck from the caller.
And when it says no 78, is that no suspect?
No suspect.
Ms. Latner's turning back to the top. Do you see the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12 investigated.
And Ms. Latner's, do you have before you a 911 call associated with this?
Yes.
Your Honor, is that 1 Lima Lima Alpha?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing 1 Lima Lima Alpha for the jury.
Yeah, that took me out, EK. Lima being green.
Atlanta 911, operator 6544, what's the address of your emergency?
I said 1903 Drew Drive.
1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
Do you need police, fire, ambulance at that location?
I think it'll be the police.
Okay, what's going on there?
I just woke up and I just heard about 9 gunshots.
Okay, can you tell me which direction you think it's coming from?
It came from the parking deck.
Okay. And this is an apartment?
Yes.
What's the name of the apartment?
Columbia Crest.
Is there a gate code?
Yes.
Can you share that with me, please?
0162.
0162. What's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, what's your contact phone number?
678 769 9305.
678-769-9305.
Yes.
And you said you heard about 9 gunshots fired near the parking deck. By chance, do you see anyone?
I don't even want to get close to the one.
Okay. And what's your apartment number?
What is 2309?
Do you want to speak with an officer when he comes out?
Oh, I don't have to. I just know I heard a lot of gunshots just now.
Okay, we're gonna get an officer over there to check it out. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
YSL Rigo, this is hilarious.
Publishing 2 Lima Lima, Your Honor, and Ms. Latner's, we're going to talk about 2 Lima Lima. Is this April 28, 2015?
Yes.
And Ms. Latner's, what is the incident report number for 2 Lima Lima?
151180588.
How did this call type come in?
A 911 call.
And what was the caller's first name?
Natasha,
And Ms. Latner's, what was the address of this 911 call?
1903 Drew Drive, Northwest,
And is there an apartment associated with that call?
apartment 1122.
And what is the zone and beat for this 911 call?
Zone 1, 110 speed.
And is this after or before the 1 Lima Lima that we just discussed?
After.
How close in time is this 911 call to the first? If you look at 1 and 2 Lima Lima.
About a minute apart.
Now, Ms. Latner's, what time did officers get dispatched to this location?
05:55 a.m. hours.
What time did they arrive?
06:03 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
11:16 a.m. hours.
It is really interesting to see response time.
Now, Ms. Latner's, do you see in the middle under unit information? Is that the same unit number 1110 and Officer Sean Hill that we just discussed with 1 Lima Lima?
Yes,
So did that officer respond in relation to both of these calls?
yes.
And Ms. Latner's, do you see on page 2 at 6:44:05 a.m. where it says M type 54 to 86?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
All came in as a suspicious person. That's a statement for Atlanta 54. An officer asked the dispatcher change to 86 to vandalism.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Latner's. No further questions by the state, Your Honor.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for Ms. Latner? All right. All right, Ms. Latner, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
I called that. I knew that they weren't gonna cross her.
All right.
Shout out to that lima green. Oh, she is expecting. Wow. Am I really justice for all? Y'all are the best. Well, we have a bit of TiVo time here. Here comes our next witness, who I believe is one of the people that was shot. This might be the aunt.
My name is Denise Bell. Spell my name D-E-N-I-S-E, B-E-L-L. B-E-L-L, yes.
Good morning, Ms. Bell.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm a little nervous.
All right.
Don't yell
Is
at
there
her.
anything we can do to make you a little less nervous?
Don't yell
Not
at
really.
her.
All right. Ms. Bell, appreciate your honesty. Would you do me a favor and set your purse down by your side?
Yes, I can.
And I'm standing over here. Would you direct your communication to the jury over here? They need to hear what you're saying, and you need to talk loudly and into the microphone if you can.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Bell, would you tell the jury where you're from originally?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Do you have family that lives in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Have you lived in Atlanta all your life?
yes,
Do you have sisters and brothers?
yes.
How many?
I'll say 5.
Um,
Other than me.
and one of them, does one of them live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
Yes,
Have you ever lived at 1428 Adele Avenue?
yes,
And is that in Fulton County?
yes.
How long did you or has your family, you and your sister, you or your sister lived at 1428 Adele Avenue?
I mean, she may have been there 25 years, and I was like maybe 13 years.
She's been there 25 and you 13?
Yes,
How'd you come to live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
that's a good question.
Thank you.
Some kind of way I had to move from where I was
Mhm.
living at, and I asked her, can I come live with her? And she said yes.
Is this sister of yours older or younger than you?
She's younger than me.
Would you describe for the jury what kind of structure 1428 Adele Avenue, what kind of house does your sister have?
It's a nice family home. Nice family home.
Is it a condo, townhome, or a standalone?
It's a home.
Standalone house,
Right.
single family?
Yes,
Is it brick, siding, something else?
brick.
How many levels does your sister's house have?
I'm gonna say 3.
And when you walk into the door, just from outside, which level do you enter?
You enter on the 2nd level.
Okay. And do you or your sister sleep on,
Different levels, yes.
okay. Would you describe for the jury or tell the jury, I'm sorry, who all on April 28, 2015 lived at that house?
It had to be my sister,
Mhm.
one her daughter,
Okay.
and me.
And you. Would you tell the jury a little about yourself? Do you have children?
Yes,
How old are they?
my oldest will be 48 in next week, and my baby is 47.
Did either of your kids live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
No.
In April?
No.
All right. Your sister, how many kids does your sister have?
She has 4.
Would you tell the jury first the name and then the age of the 4 children that your sister had?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Your Honor, this is the address that the jury just heard about.
Age of the children.
I can approach as to why I'm doing it that way, but I have a reason and it is relevant.
All right.
Having flashbacks.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you tell the jury the name and age of your sister's 4 children?
I think the twins, which is Diamond and Daryl, may be 27 now,
And that would have made them, what, 18 in
I
2015?
suppose.
And what's your sister's oldest child's name?
Stacy Adams, and she's 40.
She's 40. So she would have been, would she have been 31 in April of 2015?
I'm thinking yes.
Does your sister have a son, Philip Collins?
Yes,
Does Philip Collins go by the name Philo?
yes,
And would Philip Collins have been around 25 in April 2015?
I would say so.
Did your other siblings have children? Did your other sisters and brothers, did you
Yes.
have other nieces and nephews?
Yes, I do.
All right. Did any of those other nieces and nephews at any time during April 2015 live at the house with you and your sister?
No,
Did your sister's children, the 4 you just named, Philo, Darren, Diamond, and Stacy, did either of them live at the house besides Diamond in April 2015?
no.
Did they visit the house regularly?
Well, you know, they come by Cause they want to eat and I cook a lot for everybody, you know what I'm saying? And it's delicious.
Would you describe for the jury the area of Atlanta that, let me be more specific. Do you know where the Atlanta University Center is?
Yes.
Is 1428 Adele Avenue down the street from Morris Brown College?
I wouldn't exactly say down the street, but it's not far from the home.
And is it also close to Spelman, Morehouse, Clark?
Yes.
And also, please describe in the best way that you can the neighborhood that 1428 Adele Avenue is.
It's a wonderful neighborhood to raise your kids in. You know, it's a wonderful neighborhood. It was not, we felt no danger or anything. It's a nice neighborhood.
Is it mostly houses like the one you and your sister lived
You
in?
can object as to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Does the house itself sit off of of Adele Avenue, or is it in a subdivision?
Well, it's just a street with houses, you know.
How often did your sister's children, either Philo, Darren, or Stacy, visit?
Objection as to relevance.
There's, Your Honor, I am asking.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Out of all your nieces and nephews, did you have any other nephew who was 18 in April of 2015?
No.
Okay. And did any of your other nieces and nephews visit your home at 1428 Adele Avenue as often as Cecilia's children did?
No.
Would Cecilia's children visit at least once a week?
Yeah.
Overruled. But
I was
I'm not
trying to be.
seeing the relevance of this right now, so you said you'd get to it.
We are. Okay. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Bell, do you remember April 27th and 28th of 2015?
Yes.
Why do you remember that date range?
That was the day that I was shot.
Could you lean into your mic and speak a little louder for this jury? so
That
they
was
hear
the
you?
day that I was shot.
On that particular day, do you remember what day of the week it was?
I want to say a Monday.
Okay.
It was started Monday but it probably ended up Tuesday morning.
All right. And did the day involve anything of note before you got shot? Did anything happen?
No, everything was fine.
All right. Do you remember who all was at the house that Monday?
I'm gonna say, I guess, you know, it's me, Cecilia, and her daughter.
Did you all have any kind of concerns for your safety that day?
Not at all.
Do you remember about what time you turned in for the evening?
Well, I usually go to bed kind of late.
What's late for you?
I won't say 12:30, somewhere like that.
And was that particular night any different than any other? Did you go to bed about 12:30?
Yes.
All right. Were any of your nieces or nephews visiting at that time that you went to bed?
No.
Would you describe for the jury where inside the house your bedroom was?
I'm gonna say, like from this desk to that door.
The door at the back of the courtroom?
Yeah, that door.
And so would the door represent the front door of the house?
No.
What does the door represent as far as the house
The
goes?
desk will represent the front door. This will be the front door.
Okay. And so with where you are being the front door, the back door is your room?
I want to say, no, not the back door.
No, I mean the back
door-
door of the courtroom.
Yes.
Was there a straight shot from your room to the front door?
Yes.
Did anybody else stay or sleep on that same level with you?
I think her daughter.
All right. And where did your sister sleep?
She slept upstairs.
Okay. Now, at the time you went to bed, describe from the time you went to bed to the time you remember something happened.
Well, we really didn't do anything, but sometimes.
All right, let's give Auntie a break, guys. Like, we know older people have many reasons for wearing wigs. Like, yes, it could be done a little differently, right? I can't even do it. I mean, I feel bad for her because she's older. She has to testify. She said she was nervous. She got shot in the ass, and now she has to talk about that. Like, so we got to give her a little bit of some grace. But ZMGO, I mean, Jesus, the chat is undefeated.
And we self talk, stuff like that. But we really didn't do anything. I might have had a drink or two before we went to bed. But other than that, other than that.
What was your drink of choice?
Vodka.
All right.
God damn, I take that back.
Did you have it in the kitchen or did you have it in your room?
I had it in my room.
All right. Was it next to your bed?
Yes.
On the floor?
Yes.
All right. So tell the jury, once you went to bed, if you got up at any point before 6 a.m. What do you remember happening from the time you went to bed?
Oh, well, the time I went to bed, anything really happened.
Okay.
Until the doorbell rang.
All right. When the doorbell rang, what'd you do?
I answered the door.
Do you remember about how many people were at the door?
No, I don't.
Was it family or strangers that were at the door?
Well, I would say family because I wouldn't open the door at 3 o'clock in the morning for a stranger.
Fair enough. Was your sister's 18-year-old son one of the people that was at the door?
It had to be a 7 years. Yes, it was.
Okay. And were the other people with your nephew older, younger, or around the same age?
I don't know. I didn't even see them.
Okay.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm sorry. Could I have the witness pull the microphone a little bit closer, please?
Oh my God, I can't with y'all today.
Your Honor, actually,
Problem is.
I was feeling all bad, and then it's like, what time do you go to bed? 12:30 at night. Do you know what you were drinking? Yeah, vodka. I mean, I don't know. Let's see how this plays out.
Maybe I need to move a little closer.
I think that this one has.
Can she repeat that last answer once we've got the mic fixed? Try the one on the, well, that one's plugged in. If they have a mic, they can donate for a minute.
I'll give her mine. I can talk loud. I'll give her mine.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no,
That's fine.
we know.
Miss Bell, I'm going to give you my microphone, and if you could just lean into my microphone, and I'll move these back just so we don't have feedback.
All right, why don't you push that mic down towards your mouth?
I'm a light speaker. I used to didn't be, but I am now.
All right, and ask that last question so they can hear the answer.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Bell, when you heard the doorbell ring at 3:30 in the morning, and you said your 18-year-old nephew came in, did you see the people who were with your nephew? Not recognize them, just did you see anybody else?
It may have been, but I didn't pay any attention because once I opened the door and it was somebody that I recognized, I just walked away. I walked away from the door. I didn't really pay any attention. I just walked. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm asleep. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't really pay any attention.
Did the demeanor of your 18-year-old nephew or any of the people who were coming in cause you any concern?
No.
Did they, were they being loud or rowdy or anything like that?
No.
Did they in any way appear angry?
No.
Do you know, or did you recognize what they did once you let them in the house?
No.
Now, do you like guns?
No.
Do you make it known to your nephews and nieces you don't like guns?
Yes.
Do they respect you enough to respect the fact that you don't like guns?
Yes.
So on this day, it's 3:30 in the morning. Was the previous morning was the previous day the Monday, or are we not in a Monday?
The previous day was Monday.
So if it's this 3:30 Tuesday morning,
Yes,
did you see any guns in the hands of anybody that you let in the house at
No.
3:30? Do you remember what anybody was wearing?
no,
Was there any room on the level that they came into that you saw them go in the direction of?
I didn't pay any attention.
Tell the jury, what you did once you let them in the house.
I went back to my bedroom.
How far was your bedroom from where you parted ways with them?
I guess a few feet,
Did you hear anything from them, like anything?
nothing.
Were you close enough to have heard if they've been arguing or anything?
No.
Were you close enough if they had been arguing to have heard it?
I would have heard it.
All right. Tell the jury once you got back to your room, what you did.
I stepped in my room, and by my alcohol being next to my bed, I figured I'd take a drink, but I didn't get a chance to do that.
Wow.
Because gunfire rang out.
That's so sad.
I was hit. I was hit.
What did you say right before you were hit?
I picked up the ball, and then I put it back down because I was hit.
Did you hear anything before you were hit?
I just probably heard a gunfire, but nothing else.
When you say you were hit, what do you mean?
I was hit by a bullet.
Oh,
I was shot. I just said I was hit instead of shot.
Did you immediately know you had been shot?
Yes.
What happened? How did you feel? Tell the jury what that was.
Well, actually, I didn't really feel any pain at that time. I was very scared, and I looked into my hallway, which is right my bedroom, the hallway right at my bedroom. So when I turned my back and looked around, the police was already there.
it's crazy.
Do you have any idea how long it took you to gather yourself and look around and see?
I really didn't have any time.
Did you see when you realized you've been shot? Were you able to see if there were any holes in the house for a bullet to have come through? Like, did a bullet? Did you see where it came?
It came through my wall.
Through your what?
My wall.
Do you remember how many shots you heard?
No, I don't.
Did you hear more than one?
Yes.
Do you remember what they sounded like?
It was very loud.
Do you remember whether they were fast?
Fast.
You did way more dignified than me, probably. Or something different.
I really don't remember.
What do you recall doing after you looked around and saw the police officer in the house?
I just stood there by the bed.
By the bed?
I stood by the bed. I never sat down or anything. I just stood there.
Was the police officer inside your bedroom when you looked?
No, he wasn't in my bedroom. He was in the hallway.
Do you recall saying anything?
No, I didn't say anything to him.
Do you remember who all was in the house at that moment where you noticed the police was in the house?
No.
Did you have any idea where your nephew and your nephew's friends were?
No.
What about your sister?
Since we have a ton of time, guys, I'm gonna go and grab that document that had all these incidents outlined, because I know this wasn't one of Moon's drive-bys, because if so, that would be crazy. It really would. So let's keep going.
She actually didn't even really see anything or hear anything.
Without talking about what you may have seen or heard, I mean, what she was.
Oh, she was upstairs in her bedroom asleep.
Did she come down at any point and join you in your
No,
bedroom?
no.
Did you see her interacting with the police?
I don't recall. I didn't see that.
Tell the jury the next things you remember happening.
I remember the ambulance came and they put me on the gurney. and they prepped me as they taking me out the house. Once I was in the ambulance, I really did not know how serious the injuries were. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't really feel any pain until I was operated on. The pain was so excruciating that I wouldn't wish it on nobody.
That's sad.
I might have been in the hospital maybe a month and a half.
Ms. Bell, would you tell the jury if your neighborhood that you live in on 1428 ADL Avenue was a neighborhood or younger, or your neighbors were?
No younger people. No younger people. Most of the residents there were older people. They had already been there for many years.
40 or older, or 30 or older?
They was older than that.
Did you notice whether any of them had kids that came off from this house?
No.
Ms. Bell, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 5 KK. And forgive me for not knowing the military. Kilo, 5 kilo through 9 kilo, and copy Mr. Brown is providing to the defense for them to look at while you take a look at 5 kilo through 9 kilo. And this is how we recognize the area depicted.
Here we go with the share.
These photographs.
They need to change it.
Starting at 5 kilo right here. Do you see 1428 Adele Avenue?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of 5 kilo of what your sister talked about?
Yes.
In 2015?
Yes.
What about 6 kilo? Let's see the house in that.
Yes.
Is that still a fair and accurate representation of the house?
Yes.
Looking at 7, 8, and 9 kilo. Do you see 1428 Adele Avenue in each of these photographs?
Not in this one.
Okay. But and this one is 8 kilo.
Yes.
All right. What about 7 kilo? Do you see y'all's house in that?
Yes.
Does it look like it did in 2015 and 8?
Yes.
What about in 9 kilo?
Yes.
Now, do you see Adele Avenue in 8 kilo?
No.
So. Would 5, 6, 7, and 9 kilo aid you in more clearly telling and testifying to the jury about where things were, like your room and the holes or whatever you saw in the house were located on April 28th?
Ask me that again and understand you.
All right. Do you see anything different about the house at 1428 Avia Avenue in these pictures than the way the house looked in April 2015?
No.
Your Honor, station is 5 kilo, 6, 7, and 9 kilo as evidence.
All right, admitted without objection.
Ms. Nair, you have a published? Okay. Starting with the court's permission, may I publish 5
May.
kilo? And Ms. Bell, it's gonna come up on screen in front of you one time and just gonna.
Okay.
And just on the side.
All right. Yeah, I mean, she is aggressive with witnesses and, this woman, it said she was nervous.
Once we blow it up, do you see where that arrow is in 5 kilo? We could blow it up a little bit more. And
That's the house.
would you describe for the jury which of these houses
Which of these houses is 1428 ADL Avenue after we get gray box out?
The one with the cars in the driveway.
And would you tell the jury, are you able to describe for the jury where the front door of the house is?
The front door would be
It's right there.
right there where those
Yeah.
bushes.
So put the arrow over the bush.
That's the front door.
And is that the door or is it a different door that you answered at 3:30?
That's the door.
And does that door face ADL Avenue?
Yes.
In relation to that door, would you describe which side of the house your room was on?
Straight. Straight.
Straight back?
Yes.
Were you ever able to see how many bullet holes ended up being in the other house that day?
I wouldn't say I seen it that day.
I mean, later on, were you able to see how many bullet holes?
Yes.
Approximately how many did you see?
I never counted them.
Was it more than 3?
Yes.
Wow.
Do you know if it got up to as many as 10?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if that house had any bullet holes in it before?
No, ma'am.
that day?
Can I have a tissue? Thank you.
Ms. Bell, have you heard or have you ever experienced gunfire in the, was it 10 years that you lived there before that day?
No.
Did you know, or did you call 911?
No.
Do you have any memory of who, if anyone, called 911 in your house?
No.
Do you remember talking to you guys before the ambulance came?
Did she say what you mean? She said what you mean. Shout out to Woody.
The 911 call. And does your sister, your nephew, who at the time was 25, at the time in April 2015, did he have a child himself?
Yes.
Did you know the mother of your 25-year-old nephew's child? And by no, I don't mean like had a relationship with her, I mean, did you know who she was?
I may have seen her.
Did she live, did you know where she lived?
No.
Had you ever visited her?
No.
Do you know if she lived in?
You guys know I can't stand when she does this, when she stands directly in front of the witnesses. She's not showing them anything. And I do know, they're borrowing a microphone, but I think she could, it's just not a good position to be directly standing right in front of the witness and speaking that loudly. I understand why she's doing it today, but I don't like that stance. But let's keep going.
Apartment, house, like y'all's or something different.
I'm not sure.
Are you at all familiar with Drew Drive?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Drew Drive?
Well, everybody knows the old pair home.
It's the old Perry home. And had you ever driven or gone to that area generally?
No.
Do you have any idea how far it was from where you lived on Adel?
No.
Do you know whether your nephew's child's mother lived? Objection, Your
as to that.
Do you know whether your 25-year-old nephew's child's mother lived in that area?
No, I didn't know.
When you say you didn't know, are you talking about in 2015?
At that time, no, I didn't.
Do you now know whether she
I
lived?
did everything else.
And in April 2015, can you tell the jury today, in April 2015, did your nephew's child mother live on you?
Yes.
Did you drive at that time?
No.
Did your sister drive?
She drives.
Now, the cars in the driveway of States 5KK, are those, that's not your car? Is
No.
that your car?
No.
All right. Is that your sister's car?
No.
All right. Do you remember what kind of car your sister drove? April 28th, 2020.
Pacifica.
Pacifica?
Yes.
Is that a van, Chrysler Pacifica
Yeah.
or something? Do you remember what color it was?
It was like a blue.
Blue?
Yes.
Any idea of whether it was dark, light?
It was like blue.
Okay. Do you know at the time that you were shot, do you know if there were any other cars in your driveway that you remember?
No.
When the ambulance came, do you remember where it was parked when you got in?
No.
Did you ever see any shell casings outside the house?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see any bullets inside the house?
No.
Are you able to tell the jury where in the house you saw bullet holes? Generally speaking, not necessarily exact places.
I'm gonna say a picture window, we can call a picture window. Yeah, that's old, but it was a picture window in my bedroom wall.
Do I have, is a picture window like over the sink in the kitchen or something?
No, the picture window, the first window,
First one.
at the front door.
And did you at all ever see who it was that fired those rounds in your house?
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna play for you, Ms. Bell, what's already been admitted as Stacy's exhibit. 4KK, 4 kilo alpha. And if you could tell me if you recognize the voice of the person speaking first after the option.
Is this the put the weed out?
Put that weed out. I'm cool.
Advance to 911, operator 6587, what's the address of your emergency?
Someone just turned a shot on my house and my auntie got shot.
Okay.
And stopping at 14 seconds in. Do you, without saying any names, do you recognize the voice of the person?
I think it's my niece.
The niece that lived with you?
No.
Okay, a different niece?
Yes.
Whose child was that niece?
Wait, you take that back. I'm not sure. It sounded like.
All right, we're gonna play a little bit more, okay?
Okay, let me hear it again.
Yes.
Put the weed out.
Okay, what's the address?
1428
1428
Adele Avenue.
Is that the niece that live with you or just the niece that live with you? Thank you so much, Michelle. Just one minute. I think that's all I have.
All right, do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this?
On behalf of Ms. Williams, we have no questions.
That's good. Anybody? All right, Ms. Bell, thank you for your time and you are excused.
Wow, guys. Well, that's good. I'm sorry. She got
Right?
hurt.
Okay, let's take a restroom convenience break. And y'all have your next witness lined up, okay?
Okay, let us skip ahead a little bit. Actually, they went on break. I think they did not return. Yeah, they're coming back at 2 o'clock. And then I have something to show you guys in a second, but let's see what she says here.
I'm not sure where Mr. Atkins went, but I just wanted to make sure that the redactions that we talked about previously on those CAD reports got made. So make, talk to Mr. Atkins about that since those were exhibits he used. All right. Anything else? Ma'am? Did somebody else say something? Okay. All right, let's take our recess, be back whenever the jury's back. 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so that was this morning's proceeding, and it looks like I'm bringing us current. They're not coming back until about 2 p.m. It is 12:17 Eastern right now. I want to show you guys this. So y'all know I like having this handy on my desktop because we were talking about the address of the woman that we just saw. She lives at, or did at the time, I certainly hope that she doesn't still live there now because you know how people on the internet are. The address was 1428 Adele Ave, right? So these are the series of drive-by shootings. And look, we see Moontoon here. We see Little D. We have both Little Ds. We have Quindarius Zachary and Danikion Garlington. 3 members of YSL were charged with these incidents, okay? So that means that, you know, if Moontoon was involved in this incident, potentially he could have been one of those people that shot the woman that we just saw on the screen. So that's super unfortunate and really sad, but that's what we're looking at right now. Wow. Anyway, I do see y'all wilding out in the chat today with the wig comments and stuff, but you know, I leave you guys alone for one day and this is what happens. Let me read a few super chats and then I'll decide if we're going to take a break because I definitely do not have enough here to take us through to 2 p.m. But let's read our super chats and we'll go from there. Shout out to So Real and True became a member. Welcome to the squad. You're gonna love it here. Shout out to Steady B 89 with a 2 says Miss Latner, APD 911 legend. Nice person. Thank you so much, Steady B. That was a previous witness that we saw. Shout out to Rochelle with the $2 says good morning, AV and the chat. Good morning to you too, Rochelle. Shout out to Camilla with $4.99. Camilla says not AV sneaking back in here after her no call, no show yesterday. Well-deserved break. Good morning. Thank you so much. Yeah, we got a lot done yesterday. But yeah, if the jury's not there, you know, like we're not going to be able to see like direct examination, cross-examination, all that type of stuff. But there are still some important procedural things that happen in court. So we took a break yesterday. But moving forward, we'll have to make those calls, like, because this trial is going to go on forever. We will be here until 2025. So this childhood's not going anywhere for a while. Shout out to Nene, who gifted a membership, our favorite Aussie. Thank you so much, Nene. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA with the 20. Thank you, Robin. Robin says, good morning, AV from South Louisiana. Missed you yesterday. What a great way to start the day, not hearing Love's voice. Well, that didn't last long, did it? I think she hurt my brain with all her talking yesterday. Yeah, I heard it. There was some more scrambling and scraping, like always. Unpreparedness, but is it a surprise? No, definitely not. Thank you so much, Rockin' Robin LA. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Shout out to these brothers. They send the $20. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. If you guys haven't checked out their channel already, please give it a shot. Three brothers. Trinidaddy is one of those brothers, and they have really, really great conversations about life and things of the like. So check them out if you haven't already. One of the mods are hanging around. If you could drop the link to their channel, that'd be fantastic. And look, Full Drinking and Half Thinking gifted 2087 memberships. Thank you so much. Growing the community. Really, really appreciate you doing that, especially as a content creator. That's very, very sweet of you. Shout out to Chris with $4.99. Chris says, do you know why they moved Young Thug around and he is back in his OG spot? Yes. So I did cover this a little bit. Apparently there was an incident at the jail, something about contraband, and I believe something with Little Rod happened. So if you've noticed, there's a few movements. Angela is at the front of the room now. She's at the Weinstein table, which was formerly the Weinstein table. So those tables have switched. So Weinstein is one table back, and Angela is one table forward with Little Rod. Now, this is interesting because one of you guys brought to my attention that Angela is working a second job. So I wonder if that's also part of the move. I don't know. That's just a suspicion that I have, but I did hear about that. And I think those are the only movements, that we made note of so far. I didn't see it myself in the back of the room, but that's one of the biggest noticeable changes that I've seen so far. So thank you, Chris. Very observant and good question. Shout out to KN with $4.99. KN says, I watched Love trying to complete thoughts yesterday. The defense is earning their paycheck by suffering with her foolishness. I mean, it doesn't stop. It doesn't change. Like, even with the yelling, you would think that after the whole thing with Moon Tung, she would be a little bit more delicate with her witnesses, especially this one. I know that there's appearance comments, right? But at the same time, what she went through was terrible. You imagine being in your bed, you're about to have a drink, go to sleep, and then all of a sudden a bullet comes careening through your house. And in the worst place to get shot. That sounds painful, so crazy. But she could have handled this witness with a little bit more courtesy, I believe, and speaking to her. I think that this is better than how she normally does, but craziness. Thank you so much, KN. Shout out to D with the 5. D says, does the state of Georgia drug test state employees because bringing this case to trial, someone had to be high? That's a good one, D. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, I don't think that y'all know my thoughts on this trial. I mean, look at the thumbnail. Where's Rico at? Where's he at? Look at the thumbnail. Thank you so much, D. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with the 10 says, find some excitement and be boisterous when you say our name. LOL. Or laugh. They're laughing. But yeah, no, seriously, you got to put some respect on Full Drinking and Half Thinking's name. The names must be named. Thank you again, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to Sequoia with the 10 says, hey, AV, I realized after this trial is over, I'm not sure what to do with my life. Have you considered interviewing Max and Brian post-trial? Perhaps interviewing Woody and Muntu? I would love to have them on. Now let's go through each of these people. Woody, I don't know. He did speak to Lead, so we've been in touch with him, but I know that his fees for appearances they're pretty high. We don't know if we can afford them anymore, to be honest. And Mootunk, I heard, was live on Instagram Live yesterday, so maybe that's something. If y'all can send me his Instagram handle, I'll reach out and be like, hey man, I don't know if it's like big fans. I don't know if I want to say that, but I'll definitely reach out if y'all want to see Moontunk. Actually, you know what? Let's do a poll. Y'all want to talk to Moontunk? Let's do a poll. Start poll. Should we chat with Moontunk? Let's see what y'all say. I mean, I like to limit it to the legal people, right? But that's a good question. I will see. So Woody, I know that his fees are extremely high. Moontunk, maybe. Max, so with Max, the other day, it was on Twitter. It was a Twitter conversation, and Weinstein was in it. And Max was listening, but he wasn't a part of the conversation. I did pop in, and I had a conversation with a few folks. I saw a few of y'all in that chat as well. So I know Max heard me. So I'm getting a little bit closer to Max, but I would absolutely love to have Max on the show. I think that'd be fantastic. Just talk about his experiences and things like that. Brian, I don't know, that might be a feat as well, because I haven't seen Brian do any YouTube appearances so far. So I don't know if he has a particular stance on that. But yeah, you guys know I'm open. So if you're open, I'm open. Oh my gosh, 77% of y'all want to talk to Moontunk. Interesting. Wow. Thank you so much, Sequoia. Look at that. We just had a fun little social experiment. Shout out to Unique Mate with the 5. He says, no Hilton again, huh? She's gotten tired of Love's BS. Shout out to AV Babyface Twin. How do you say that? Toujours? I don't know. Y'all be hitting me with other languages. Like, it's still a little early. Thank you so much, Unique May. Shout out to Gloria with the 2. And Gloria says that lady testified to those calls months ago. Oh, this is the 911 person. Yes, that was not her first time on the stand. So you're correct. Thank you so much, Gloria. Shout out to 9 Wolf with the 99 cents. Thank you so much. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Appreciate you. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5 says, I truly don't know what Love was thinking or if she does at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Shout out to Mighty Family of God with the 20. Says, glad you're back, AV. We would be lost without your professional commentary and sense of humor. You keep me from pulling my hair out over the constant repetitive questions from Miss Love. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Shout out to D with the 2. D says, love the shrew in the need of taming. Y'all know I'd be trying to check for typos. I don't know if I get that one, D. Thank you so much, though. Shout out to Teddy with the 2. Teddy says, you done made me spill my yak. Yeah, she was transparent about that, but that's how she remembers. But that's the other thing. Was she drunk? Because if she was inebriated, would she be able to recall the events? Interesting thought. Thank you so much, Teddy. Shout out to Kayanne again with the 5. Kayanne says, Love seems like she's nice, nasty, shady, snake tongue. I don't trust her. I don't like her, period. Kayanne has spoken. That is her opinion of Love. Shout out to Deidre, who gifted a membership. Thank you for doing that, Deidre. Growing the community. Very sweet of you. Thank you so much. If you received one of those memberships, make sure you say thank you to the person that gave it to you. Thank you so much, Deidre. Shout out to Brett with the 2. Brett says they really need to speak into the mic. Yeah, these microphones are never working. There were 3 up there. There were 2 on the side, right? And then Love had to give her game show mic. So I don't know what's going on with the courtroom. Every day they're always talking about fixing it. They're always having IT issues, sound issues. At this point, we've been doing this trial for what? 10 months? And we can't get it together yet? It's so crazy, Brett. Thank you so much for the super. Shout out to Kay with the 5. Kay says, can you use this to go and get some Dollar Tree microphones for the courtroom? I mean, they don't cost that much and you need it. I mean, you need it. We've been at this forever. Thank you so much, Kay. Shout out to Jeremy with the 2 says, welcome back, AV. I'm sure you needed a break. I did. Like, y'all have I cleaned my desktop yesterday. I was like, shout out to me. I have time to do this. I cleared my desktop. I moved folders around, all of that. It was amazing. We answered all the emails in our inbox. I was like, this is what having time feels like. It was amazing. I got so excited. So from time to time, YouTubers do need a break because even on the weekends, what we're doing, we're still grinding, we're still recording, we're still doing all of that, So it was really nice to have a short break. But I'm back. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Shout out to Cam, who became a member. Welcome, Cam. Gonna love it over here. Good to have you. Shout out to Jeremy, who gifted a membership. Y'all are helping each other. You're growing the community. I love that. Thank you for doing that, Jeremy. Shout out to Sassy with the 2. Sassy says, where is the evidence? Weapon/ballistic match. Well, let me come back here for a second, Sassy, while we're talking about that, because apparently these drive-by shootings, the guns that were used, these 4 addresses here, so you have the Club Crucial, you have Landrum Drive, Adele Ave, and Drew Drive. These were the 3 people that were charged with that. Now, if y'all remember Mook Tung's plea deal, I think it was count 1 and count 30. In count 30, it said that the bullets that were used matched what Mook Tung had. Do y'all remember the video? Like there was a video of Mook Tung with the guns and all of that, and then they were charged with these shootings, right? If you remember correctly, the ballistics did match. And that's how they got these 3 for these crimes. They did those crimes. So that's why I'm kind of like, y'all want to talk to Mook Tung? We just watched, somebody's grandma up there. Like, y'all want to talk to him? So, I mean, I don't know, chat. Like 78% of y'all want to talk to him. But anywho, thank you so much, Sassy. Shout out to Stein, who became a member. Welcome, Stein. You're going to love it over here. Shout out to Carly with the 2. And it says $20. Thank you, Carly. Appreciate you. Shout out to Tessie, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Tessie. Very, very sweet of you to do that. And if y'all got a membership from her, please say thank you. Shout out to Cam. Cam also became, Cam, did you become a member twice? I don't know. This thing glitches. It says you became a member at 12:21 and then at 12:29. Interesting. Shout out to Trucker T Brooklyn with the 5. He says, pass me that vodka, AV. You want some vodka? Too funny. All right, I'm going to come to our Cash App crew, and we've got about an hour and a half of time to kill, guys. So I might dip out and get something to eat, and we can just meet back here at like 2, if that works. But let me do a few things. I missed some Cash Apps on the last stream, and I want to shout those people out right now. Shout out to Maricela. She sent me $50 on Tuesday. She said, girl, buy you a drink. I did. I definitely did. Shout out to Michael Love. He sent me $100, and usually he makes sure that I eat. He was just like, hey, for dinner tonight, tandoori chicken and basmati rice. Like, he gives me recipe ideas because I have 0 time. Thank you so much, Mike. Shout out to Roosevelt with the 5. Roosevelt says, can I purchase merchandise on Cash App, please? Yeah, guys, if you have not gone to my community tab, we did a poll on the Mook Tung merch. So I'm going to put that shirt up tonight based off of those results. So that will be available. Shout out to Empress with the 5. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Yeah, you know what happened with those the other night? My email, for some reason, I got all of those emails yesterday letting me know that you guys sent those Cash Apps. That's why I'm reading them a little bit late. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with the 20 for coffee. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Shout out to Todd with the $1. Todd says, nice work on your live stream channel. I'll send Mo. Thank you so much, Todd. Appreciate you. Shout out to Freddie. Freddie's funny. Freddie sends a 5. He says, the chat is wild. And this is what happens when you leave us. Yeah. No, seriously, this is what happened. Then Freddie hits me with another 5. He says, Auntie got the 3 Stooges cut. I feel bad, though. Freddie's crazy. Shout out to Liz with the $1. Liz says, can closing arguments say that the judge sent prosecutor to class? Of course. And they probably will. They likely will. Thank you so much, Liz. That was a good question. She hits me with another $1 and she says, she was drunk when shot. That's why she didn't feel it. That's why I was asking, what do we think here? Like, was she inebriated? Was she sober? Too crazy. Awesome. Let me just come back here. Oh, a few more, y'all. Did a few more y'all come over? Shout out to Carly who gifted 5 memberships. Carly, thank you for doing that. Very, very sweet. If you just got one of those from Carly, say thank you to her. She did not have to do that. Super, super nice. Shout out to Carly again. Drops a 20. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Carly. Shout out to Cam. Became a member himself and just gifted a membership. I wonder if YouTube fixed that feature. But thank you so much, Cam. Very, very thoughtful of you to do. And then shout out to Nikki with the $3 super sticker. All right, well, listen, guys, I'm all up to date. I'm gonna go grab something to eat because this coffee is let's just say the ice is melted. Let's come back here at 2 p.m. It's just I don't want to keep y'all for an hour and a half if we don't have much to go over. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stream. I'm gonna schedule the new one. So here's what we do. Chat. There's 4,000 of you guys in here. I'm gonna schedule it for like 2:10. Okay. Make sure that as soon as it's scheduled, do that in the next 10 minutes that you put the notification on or whatever the case may be. So that way at 2:10, you're already in the stream, you know where to go, that sort of thing. All right. Well, listen, guys, I will talk to you in a little bit. Stay safe out there. See you in a few minutes. All right. We'll talk soon. Bye.
One of the biggest opportunities on YouTube is the fact that you can monetize your content through the AdSense program.
Hey, I know it's been a long break. I'm bored waiting. Well, I'm doing no work, but I'm still bored. So they don't have too much longer. I'm trying to, you know, I came on Facebook. Trying to do little videos and get my pictures organized. It's just taking forever. If you don't work at the VA, or if you work at a VA, you know the internet here is horrible. So trying to catch it at a good time to upload stuff. Is I'm not catching it. I don't know if you guys can hear me echoing. So I'll just stop it. But I'm still looking for a house on a little pause since I was on vacation. I was just looking online a little while ago and I don't see anything right now. Just gotta be patient. There's a lot of places that are doing uh, tearing down, or what's the word whatever they call it when they bulldozer everything and clearing the land that are clearing the land, but they're not ready to um, divide the lots and everything up yet. So I'm just waiting on that. And for the longest time, I've been waiting on my tick. Is it TikTok I'm on? I don't know what I'm on, but it's been at 95% for at least 20, 30 minutes now. So if you wasn't watching earlier, what happened was something happened with one of the jurors or something. So they released them for the rest of the day. They'll be back tomorrow. And but the attorneys will be back today at 2. Will be back shortly. I wish y'all would talk. I can't sit here and talk to myself. For a little while, I probably could, but it'd probably get boring. And then if I keep talking, I'll embarrass myself and say something really stupid. And then I'd be like, oh, I need to get off of this thing. Let me see how I can turn this. Set echo. Hello? Okay. But it's still doing it. Let's see if I turn that off. Does that help? Nope. Can't mute myself. I bought this big old cup the other day from, what is it, TJ Maxx or Marshalls. I actually kind of like it. Gotta drink more water. Been doing pretty good. If anybody's going to Jamaica anytime soon, please let me know. I have the best tour guide. He was awesome. His name is Sam. He stayed with us, or everywhere he took us, he stayed with us. He didn't leave us. Felt safe. And yeah, he was a really good guy, reasonable. He took all our pictures. If you see us, the pictures that I posted, he took all of our pictures except for the ones that we took of each other individually, but most of the pictures of us together or out in the water or something, he took them. Yeah, took us to some local places, so we were able to go sit down at local restaurants, and we went to a little beach area, and people were fishing, locals were fishing, well, one guy was fishing. And then he wasn't fishing with a fishing pole or fishing rod. He just had, I want to say it was a can. It was a thin can, like a Red Bull can, like a thin, long one. And he had string around it, and he was just throwing the bait out right there. And he was using octopus, he said. He said because the testicles or whatever those things are called sticks to the hook really good. So when the fish do try to get it, they don't get the bait. They just get hooked onto the hook. So he was catching those and a few big ones that I don't know what was happening, but he showed us some big fish that he caught earlier before we got there. But it was interesting. Yeah. While we were at that same beach, this guy came up talking to us. I just thought he was being friendly. I didn't think nothing of it. He was a younger guy, and he was asking questions. Yeah, yes, my Sam, our tour guide, he's not a tour guide, our driver, whatever you want to call him. He was like, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Miss Amy, you okay?" Asking me if he need to leave, right? I was just like, "No, I'm fine." I wasn't uncomfortable or anything, so he just kept talking, and then he was asking me and Mila if we were single and stuff like that, and then he said something, but I had to keep asking him to repeat himself because of his accent. So Sam was like, "No, that's it." He's like, "You're going too far now." I didn't even know what he had, but he ran him off. So I was just like, the guy apologized. He said, he didn't mean to uh, say anything offensive, be offensive or offend me in any way or anything like that. And he just apologized, and he was just like, "Well, you guys, welcome to Jamaica and everything, and hope you guys have a good stay." And he left. But I meant to ask Sam exactly what he said because apparently he didn't like that. I'll tell you, Sam's a good guy. He really is. He texted us yesterday, and he made a little TikTok video. We told him we'll make him a little TikTok for to put on his Instagram or TikTok. So that's what I was trying to work on. Of course, the internet still at 95. So waiting on that. But I wonder if it's raining outside. It looked like maybe they were calling for rain today. Here. But I really do appreciate you guys being on page. Still learning. I make a lot of mistakes, but I'm only gonna get better with practice. So, hang in there with me. Eventually, I'm gonna get this together, and then hopefully, I'll be able to talk more. Uh, oh, we get movement on camera, so hopefully, it's starting soon. Starting. All right, so I'm just gonna mute myself because I'm still hearing my echo and it's kind of hard trying to talk while I'm listening to myself. But anyway, um, hopefully they'll start in just a minute. Get back to doing my work.
that the only area? I know this one. Okay.
Get together and get some things settled to get on the same page with exhibits and things? Do we have any kind of?
With the exhibits, I spoke with Mr. Adams and we agreed to exchange physical copies at 2. That was the suggestion. And so we're gonna do that. I did have an opportunity to speak preliminarily with some of the attorneys about the other matters.
Okay.
And so those are, we're working on those.
Good.
And Miss Knight is headed over with the last page of the exhibits that we have, and we're gonna exchange the 2 and we can continue to compare.
Okay. All right. So if we're not quite ready to go through that, which it doesn't really make much sense to do before y'all have had a chance to see what you are on the same page about, then do we want to maybe keep going through the wiretap evidence, or because y'all were going to also get together on some of the Mr. Ryan evidence, so I'll give y'all a chance to do that as well.
Right. I've only done part of that.
Yeah, no, I know. And I mean, I was going to give you some, I know that we're having this unexpected non-jury day, so I don't expect y'all to have already accomplished all of that, but I don't want us to just waste time since we're here already. So one thing we can do is just skip over that one issue that you asked for a little more time on, and but you also haven't really had time to narrow down what else you think is on here. Okay, so what do we still need to look at that is not this either, but that is evidence? I didn't think about that.
I'll let them respond. I'll see it there.
I'm listening. Oh, sorry. So the list of all of the various parts of the wiretaps that the state wanted to introduce. Remember yesterday I encouraged them to further narrow that down, and obviously they haven't had a chance to do that yet either. So I don't want us to go over things that we might not ultimately need to be discussing.
I'm just putting this on the radar. I don't have any anticipation that the state is ready to do this today, but I'm just, for my periodic reminder, there's issues with my client's cell phone was extracted, and there's issues with any texts or any information extracted from my client's cell phone. That was in 2022, so that's involving the Shamal drinks case. I brought that up a couple of times, and the state said that they're going to identify those items. They haven't yet. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to replace that on the radar for some later time.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I just want to make certain it's just the identification. There's not like a suppression or anything motion on the
You
table.
just want to know what all they're going to use.
I did move to suppress the search of my client's phone, but that was denied by Judge Glanville. So, you know, there's just a lot on my client's phone that has nothing to do with this case. There's bad character stuff. There's,
Well, I would hope if it has nothing to do with the case, that the state doesn't intend to use it, but
from my perspective, it has nothing to do with the case. I'll put it like that. And so at some point, anything that the state plans to use as far as text messages, things of that nature, that needs to be litigated.
all right, when can the state do that?
I think that in the same way we're doing with Mr. Ryan, we can schedule, Mr. Sharp and I can talk about when he's available and we can actually go through it whenever, like this weekend.
I'm trying to buff Ms. Love's offer to sit down with her, but it would just be.
It doesn't have to be
helpful.
me, just somebody.
Well,
Ms.
it's not
Filton.
you, it's just, if the state could just identify what they plan on using, and then I could look at their list and then figure out.
Okay,
thoughts
so
on it.
can you get,
About Ms. Love personally, it's just sitting down with anyone going through my client's phone. I just think if they go through it and figure out what they want to use and let me know, then I
and
can-
then you can maybe, okay. Sort of like y'all done with some of the other things. So if you can, when can you provide to Mr. Sharp the proposed list, I guess?
We need at least to try and whittle it down. We need at least through next week. So no sooner
All
with.
right. So by next Friday, you could do that?
Can we have until the next Monday?
By the following Monday,
Yes,
the 23rd?
yes.
Okay.
That's fine. And Your Honor, these are probably when I think about it, the sequence of charged acts, these are at the very end. So if we're going
Well,
sequentially.
I mean,
would
that's
assume-
fine, but
Yeah, I'm
we
just-
still have to do it at some point, and so probably the sooner they can get it done and get it to you, and you can, y'all can maybe agree to certain things, maybe not, I don't know, but then we will have it available to litigate whenever we do have another non-jury day. So
Absolutely.
thanks for getting that put on the list. Appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor.
What else are we gonna still need to look at? What other kind of buckets of evidence that we haven't discussed yet?
Buckets of evidence. We have the wiretap. Phones. I'm thinking, Judge.
Okay. And I mean, one thing we had done at some point, and I don't know if we got all the way through it, but the state had provided everybody with this order of proof and exhibits. Did we get all the way through that? Because that might help trigger, oh, this is something we're gonna need to litigate. If y'all got those available, maybe we could look a little bit further through those.
I can get a copy and just, for the court's awareness, we just got those printouts that I'm gonna exchange with Mr. Adams. If we can be allowed to, the exhibit list printouts that I referenced
Okay.
earlier.
Yeah, I don't think we'd gone all the way through this. Y'all aren't actually doing the comparison right now, are you? Okay, are y'all gonna be finished with whatever it is you are doing soon? Okay. Okay. So if everybody has access to that list that the state had provided a while ago with their kind of a chart of the witness testimony and exhibits, I don't think we went all the way through it, and that might help everybody to think about if there are other types of evidence that we're going to need to still handle kind of motions in limine on. I know we'd gotten through at least proposed witness 24, maybe 26. But I don't know if we'd gotten much further than that. Let me know when y'all all have it. Okay. So if we're on page 6 at the top with Turner, I would assume y'all have seen all the crime scene photos. Do y'all know, do you, the state, know which ones you're intending to use?
So page 6.
I mean, have y'all gotten together on things like that? Like, okay, here are the, 25 or 10 or whatever crime scene photos that are gonna be used with crime scene tech Turner and,
I don't believe that our team has gotten with the defense on those.
okay.
There is we have been, and we advised them that we have been told since 2022, I think, that there was a set of photos from Adele Avenue that we didn't have. They said it was lost in the hack. We have been persistent, and Mr. Brown
Mhm.
has somehow or another gotten somebody to put their hands on a flash drive that has photos in it that he received this morning from APD. We have the emails from between all of us requesting that they go find some physical copies. We brought this to the court and defense's attention several weeks, maybe a couple of months back, that we didn't have them. They said they didn't have them, and but we just kept asking, and somehow somebody found a flash drive. I
That
mean,
happens
I can't make it
sometimes.
up, but he has them, and I don't know that he's sent copies of them, but we can have copies brought over. That's just a matter that, since we're in the middle of that, I think they need to have and see.
Okay.
And so we'll bring that over as well if it's not already been sent over via a link. It may have been sent over via a Dropbox link,
Okay.
but we've not yet gone over the individual pictures and told the defense which ones we will and will not use. we- I can get the prosecutor who will be Mr. Brown. I can get him over here and we can have a conversation with a member of the defense, just one, so they can share that, because he's already taken those out and just made
Okay.
that decision.
Can you have a member of your team go ahead and reach out to him, and can he maybe come over today?
Yes, and yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we honestly may not have gone witness by witness up to page 6. So if you look back and see something on the first 5 pages that we haven't covered yet that y'all feel needs to get litigated, let me know. Or if you don't yet know kind of more specifically what that evidence is going to be and need to, let me know.
Okay. I'm reviewing that now.
And for all of the photos, like with Miss Bell today, you introduced, I think, 4, but you only used 1. I mean, to the extent, you can continue that sort of thing where it's not cumulative, then that's fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. There is one witness whose attorney, I'll just apprise the court and counsel, that may be coming up. Mr. Arnold, I've been in touch with his Miss Merchant, and so that I see that on the list of Mike Sprinkle exhibits if it's necessary for impeachment.
Can y'all hear her?
I'm sorry. I've just been in touch with one of the co-defendants' attorneys. I see his interview on Mr. Sprinkle's list of exhibits if it's necessary to use, because I've been talking with her about him coming up relatively soon. I have not gone over his interview. I don't think we've gone over his interview at all, but it would only be used for impeachment purposes in any event. But if that's something that I'll have to discuss with the defense in terms of things that they believe that are, impermissible and admissible, but that's something that's on the radar.
Okay.
So can I inquire? I believe I'm looking at the same document as everyone else. For number 8, Michael Sprinkle, it says jail calls, pictures of infinity, social media, and interviews. When we're saying interviews, Mr. DA Sprinkle is kind of a unique witness in this case because he's a DA, but he also, I think it's fair to say, he fulfilled a certain investigatory role mid-investigation. However, he wasn't sitting when it says interviews.
Let's get some clarification on that. Are these interviews that Mr. Sprinkle conducted of people, or what are these?
Yes, and it's also detailed in the report that we provided that he gave that 146 page report. So there are interviews that law enforcement conducted in 2015 and 16 that he would not have been a part of as a result of further investigation that he did. He would have gone out to speak with some of those same witnesses again. And those are the only ones that he would be speaking to.
Okay, so the state
Interviews that he was in, like it says 2017, like for impeachment if
I don't see
necessary.
a 20, are y'all looking at a different?
That's what I'm wondering, because I don't see specific, it just says interviews.
I don't see a date or anything.
Okay.
Maybe if you've got a more detailed exhibit and witness list by now, maybe share that with us.
I do. It has some notes on there,
Okay.
so, but I will say it out loud if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. So ours just says jail calls, pictures of infinity, interviews, social media, doesn't specify.
Thank you. And I thank Mr. Shard as well for that, bringing that to my attention. So the Quindarius Zachary 2017 interview, if necessary, the Martinez Arnold 2017 interview.
Okay, so my concern was simply this. We are on the same page that he's not going to be commenting on interviews that he simply reviewed to bring himself up to speed before beginning his work.
It doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
These are interviews that he was a part of.
Right.
Okay. So maybe interviews, maybe not the best word, but
if he conducted it, if he was a part of it, then for impeachment purposes, he would be the one that would be impeaching the witness if necessary.
And it would be only for witnesses that have already testified in
Correct.
cases.
Yeah. Yes. Your
Okay,
Honor.
so, yeah, so he's actually a little bit out of order. Well, no, I guess not. I don't know. So Arnold, Zachary, and whom else?
We have Kenya Morton, if we call her. She has been listed as an alibi witness for Mr.
Okay.
Kendrick. So we may just let him put her up, but we haven't, she's on here. So we can still discuss items within that interview that may need to be dealt with or redacted. So that's 3.
All right, but yes, so these would be only after they testify and for impeachment. If
Absolutely.
you don't just use the interviews to impeach them while they're on the stand.
Right.
Okay. And then, do we know whose jail calls?
We have Mr. Arnold's, Mr. Bradford's, Mr. Stillwell's, Mr. Sledge's. I think we have dealt with the ones from Mr. Sledge while he was We dealt with the one, I think, that we were dealing with Mr. Sledge. And in Mr. Sprinkle's report, he referenced specific ones as it relates to Mr. Arnold, Bradford, and Stillwell. But what we'll do is go through those. That's another conversation we have to have and inform counsel for defendants, specifically those jail calls as well. So right now, what I'm looking at that we need to do from Mr. Sprinkle is go over the 3 interviews that potentially he could testify about if necessary, and just deal with any items that maybe need to be addressed, redacted, dealt with, and the jail calls from Mr. Arnold, Bradford, and Stillwell. I think we also had social media pics, but I think we got Mr. Bradford's social media pics in through Mr. Copeland. And we also got the social media pictures regarding Mr. Kendrick in already through one of the witnesses that have already testified. So outside of that, and I think we also got the post with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Williams with the "we're not going back and forth" in already. Those
All
are
right. So there's no social media left that he'd be talking about then. Okay, so we can cross that one off. Okay. So going back then to page 1 with Mr. Zachary, have we dealt with everything we need to deal with for him? Social media, jail calls, and interview?
Let me check our bucket that we've provided. Hold on.
I can answer for the interviews. We have reviewed the interviews on the cursory level for bad character, those sorts of things. Now, my stance is that those out-of-court statements should not be played unless there's a proper foundation. So, of course, we still have that issue, and that won't be resolved until we hear what Mr. Zachary's testimony is. But we have reviewed those statements.
I thought
for
so.
The other stuff.
And jail calls and social media, yes or no?
You on the 2017, March, I believe, 3rd, 2017 interview of Mr. Zachary. There was one part that the Honorable Court, I think, redacted that I would like you to reevaluate if it becomes necessary. I understand it's all premature, but there's one section on one page that I would like to, I plan on, if it's ripe, cross-examining Mr. Zachary on it and then impeaching him if he says something different.
Okay.
I could give you the page
Do
if
you
you
know
want.
what day was this that week in August that we had the non-jury week that we would have reviewed that stuff? Okay.
Your Honor, can would the court please allow Mr. Steele to just tell us the statement or generally a summation of which one he's talking about?
Yeah, I'm sure he would do that for us. All right, I see Zachary's social media postings. We went through all of that. Was this wasn't one of these things on these big Zachary, these things? No, that's, yeah. Okay. So can you direct me a little more specifically now that I've got that in front of me?
Of course. Your Honor, this is the 2017 process.
All right, hang on. The one I've got says 2015. Yeah.
If you need a copy, we can, I'm sure, give you one.
I would have thought I had a copy if we've already been through it. Maybe I just looked at it online. I don't know. Mm. Would this have been in one of the evidence reviewer links, maybe, that the state sent?
This particular interview was not on evidence reviewer.
Okay.
It was they were the MP3s. They were MP3 files and there was an audio. I honestly don't remember us playing the audio of this in court. I think we were mostly working off the transcripts.
Is this, okay. So I've got his August 5th, 2015 interview.
That's the evidence reviewer
Okay.
one.
And then I've got a list that I think you put together was kind of page and line objections that I
Right.
think was to the 2017 one.
That's one that
Okay.
Mr. Steele is referring to.
All right. So I ought to have a transcript of it somewhere, but where that is at this point, I'm not quite sure.
Helps. It's a words express transcript. It's not one of the ones that the state produced. The transcripts, there's some look one way, some look the other one. This one is a words express transcript. And it's 262 pages.
All right, well, honestly, instead of me taking time trying to find it in some electronic file, if y'all have got a copy of it that I can borrow, that would work as well. Thank you.
This is the one that's 275 pages? Okay, just because I know we have multiple transcripts by different transcribers, if they would just, if the court would allow them to send to the state as well, the one they're referring
Mr.
to.
Howell, can you send it to Miss Love as well when you hit send? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach and I'll make sure that the microphone on the witness stand is off?
Yes.
I think this might be the culprit.
Hmm?
I think that the extra microphone on the witness
Might
stand
be what's causing it. Okay. And Mr. Howell, did you send it directly to me or through my law clerk? It's, okay, that's fine. That's fine. She's listening in, so. Ms. Persfield, when you get it, you know to just forward it to me.
And I just sent one. I think I found the one. And so I just sent it to everyone as well. So including the court, if that's the right one, they can let me know if it's not the one they're using.
Okay, well, I've got the one that Ms. Love just sent. That's June 14, 2017, and it's word expressed. So I think that's the same transcript.
Should be March 3rd. Hold on, let me see.
That was the date of the transcription.
Date of transcription. Yes. Okay. That. Okay. Anyway, so now that we've got it.
If we could just get that date, that page and lines that Mr. Steele referred to so that I can go straight to it.
I believe it's, I know it to be page 39, lines 14 through 20. And this honorable court has preliminarily excluded that unless a foundation is laid. And I just wanted to, while we're talking about information, I just wanted to tell you that I was going to seek to lay the foundation. That's yeah.
Your Honor, unless my memory is incorrect, I don't think that this was a foundational issue. I guess the record will most accurately reflect what it was that it was excluded on, but I don't believe that this was an issue about foundation. Line 14 through 20 on page 39.
Well, I mean, if it was a foundational issue and you can lay the foundation, then that takes care of that. Okay. Okay. Ms. Love, do you have a?
I don't have my notes on that hearing that we had that Mr. Steele is referring to, so I don't have at hand the court's ruling or anything that I can make a definitive statement about it on. Not that.
Okay.
I'll have to search through that. I don't have those notes. I'm gonna check with the team.
Your Honor, I reviewed my notes from that day.
Okay.
For page 39.
What day was it? That would help me.
2 days later. August 6th, 2022.
August 6th. Okay.
Court has to take to sort out the argument.
Say it again. Pick up the mic and say it.
Court has to state to sort out their argument on this and get back to the court.
Well, there we go.
We may be on the same page. At the time, I was trying to figure out what was based on personal knowledge versus hearsay, and the state was arguing either personal knowledge or statements of a co-conspirator. So at the time, on August 6th, the state was seeking to admit this evidence. And so that's why they were supposed to circle back. But now as trials progressed, Mr. Steele is saying he wants to use it. So that's why the state was supposed to get back.
Okay. Does that ring a bell, Ms. Love?
A small one. I'm just going through our notes on that.
Okay.
No, I didn't bring the, and you ain't gonna put them in there. Yeah, so, yeah, but I'll let you put this in. Yeah, make it hotter. Yeah, turn around.
I think I just can't turn it on.
You just, oh, gosh, you want to keep it on, right? Maybe just hold on, just let it go. I see. Give me some of that. Hold on. All right, can you feel it?
Yeah, the cord is okay.
Girl. Okay, I see what you're saying. They thick, it's a tripper.
Well, does the state still think they want that in? And if not, if the defense gets it in, do y'all have an issue with that or?
I'm reading, just the area before it and the area right after it,
right.
because I just want to make sure that we don't have an issue with it.
Okay.
And Your Honor, it's also gonna, to some extent, rely on what else was kept out and what was kept in. So that's the reason I'm just searching through that portion. Can you get some more detail? Because I know she kept it. I'm seeing that she kept it. Your Honor, as to page 39, lines 14 and 20, they hearken back to page 38, lines 11. The context of that, I think, at the very least, starts on page 38 at line 11. And in that, the soon-to-be-called witness is informing the detectives about someone's opinion regarding who shot up a certain location. And that is listed on page 38, lines 11 through 12. All of that is speculation and the witness sharing with detectives what somebody else thought happened. And so as you get to lines 21 through 24 on page 38, when asked explicitly whether that happened, the witness says, I don't know. So as we get further down, the witness is then asked, have you heard who may have done that? And the witness says he was locked up with the boy that was charged with it. And then ADA Sprinkle says, yeah, but I mean, do you think he did? Did he tell you that he did? The witness says, no, he said he didn't do it because the witness's cousin was supposed to make a statement on it or something, but it was the wrong girl. He said he didn't do it though. And then they get into, let's talk about, who shot Kelvin Watts in Mechanicsville?
Right, and I think that's the part that Mr. Steele was saying, if he can lay the foundation, he wants to get into, right, Mr. Steele?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay, so I remember this argument. So if there's no objection from anybody else, I don't think that we have one to.
Okay, well, Mr. Steele, do you think that, is your plan to kind of ask some foundational questions to figure it out? Or do you think that it's already enough here in this transcript?
I think it may be enough, but I will ask foundational questions.
Okay. I mean, it seems
If
like.
needed, I'll ask him first about it, and I won't use the transcript. And then if he says something different, I'll say, did you say this? but I'll lay a foundation
Okay,
before
I
I
mean,
ask him the
that-
first question.
And Your Honor, I obviously, if it's established that he has a basis for knowledge that does not consist of what somebody else might have said some other time that we don't know about, and he doesn't have personal knowledge of it, if it's not that situation, but he does have a basis for it, unless there's some other valid objection, then there's nothing that I can, complain about right now.
All right,
If there's an objection, we'll make it at the time, but I don't see anything right now.
okay. Thank you. Okay, so back to Mr. Zachary. The interview would only be for impeachment, and have we gone through all of his social media and jail calls that might get utilized?
I thought we had gone through his
I mean, I thought we had to.
social media,
just check him.
very least.
I mean, it looks to me like we definitely went through his social media postings and made the evidentiary determinations about that. But I don't know if we did jail calls or not.
I don't recall going through any jail calls.
Okay, so are there jail calls that you might intend to utilize? Because isn't he coming up pretty soon? Potentially?
Potentially.
Potentially?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I think that any of Zachary's jail calls would only be used to impeach Zachary if we needed to use Zachary's jail calls.
All right.
So right now,
Okay, so that would just be, if it happens to come up, we'll just roll with it at the time, I guess. Unless obviously if you know of something that you think is going to be an issue,
right.
then just kind of alert us outside the jury's presence.
I can
But
do that.
otherwise, that'll just be a trial issue. Okay. And then the next witness on this sheet is Detective Thorpe. And I think y'all were gonna get together on the part of Mr. Kendrick's interview that might come in on redacting it for any potential Bruton issues. Did y'all get a chance to do that yet?
what my memory is, Your Honor, was that I know I said that I would be asking Detective Thorpe questions rather than trying to play all of that. And there were maybe portions where Mr. Kendrick talked about where he was on January 10th.
Okay, yeah,
2015,
no,
that
I'm looking
part I
now.
would
We
let-
did. Okay, so we just went through what was okay and what wasn't. Okay. All right, so there aren't any outstanding issues then for him.
There was one thing, and I don't think that it's on here, but we were trying to put our finger on it within our team because we had identified a call between Mr. Kendrick and Miss Morton, where Mr. Kendrick, from our listening of it, seemed to be essentially trying to establish an alibi. And it seemed, I'll be clear, he said, I was with you. I was with you. And she says something to the effect of, yeah, you were with me. You were with me.
Mhm.
And I wanted to put Mr. Weinstein and his team on notice. He's not here, so, but Mr.
Well,
Howell,
there's- yeah.
Mr. Howell
And his team.
and his team on notice that there is that call that is in the calls that were served in 2022, but we are wanting to identify the exact date and time to extract the MP4 so that they have it. But
All right.
we have it identified. It's just locating it in the large bucket of calls. But that is one that we know that we will end up playing.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay.
And we're guarding the custodian of records. I know that we probably beaten this horse, but there's still no stipulation regarding those. Nobody wants to stipulate as to, okay.
Doesn't sound like it. If anybody reconsiders on that front, please let the state know. All right, so with Mr. Sprinkle, with the jail calls for Arnold, Bradford, Stillwell. The defense has them all, right?
Yes, and I believe that they're in the bucket of exhibits that we provided to them. I'm confirming that.
Yes, sir.
On the subject of jail calls, I know we went away from this topic, but the state mentioned Quindarius Zachary jail calls. From my recollection in the discovery, I don't believe we've ever been served Quindarius Zachary jail calls. I do know, I'm more certain that the state has never identified any sort of group of calls that maybe they may be interested in bringing into this case. So if there are some calls, if we haven't been served them, which I don't believe we have, I would ask that they be excluded. But if there are some calls into discovery, I would just ask that they're identified before, like, right when the state wants to bring them in, because we're going to have to review them. I know that Your Honor said, when that comes up, we'll get to it and we'll discuss it. I just don't want to be in a situation where I'm hearing about a jail call of Mr. Zachary's for the first time in court. And then
Well,
having it.
certainly if y'all don't have them, then that's an issue, but let's find that out.
All of the jail calls have been served. Everything, all of our jail calls for especially Mr. Zachary, which would have been those that we had around 2015. And I'll go look and point to specific things, but again, I have not identified any particular calls of his that we intend to use, and we wouldn't be introducing anything except for impeachment purposes. And his statements, the summaries of his interviews and transcripts of his interviews have all been provided. Obviously, people get on the stand and their memories, stuff happens with them. So
Okay, so do you happen to know like what tranche of discovery it would have been?
Judge, what I was doing at the moment, Mr. Shar asked that question, is I was actually trying to get the answer to
Okay. All right, we'll give you a minute.
calls regarding Mr. Bradford and Mr. Arnold that are listed under Mr. ADA Sprinkle. And those were the January.
Both Bradford and Arnold, we got that. I'm talking about Zach.
The court made the inquiry, so I was trying to.
Okay, so through Sprinkle, it would be Arnold, Bradford, and Stillwell, and that's it. jail calls potentially?
I believe it would be, those are the ones that we have identified so far. Yes, those are the ones that we intended. There were only, I think, 5. And I paused because I was now looking at okay, there they are. So the January 11th, 2015 call between Martinez Arnold and Javaris Bradford. The January 10th, 2015 call of Martinez Arnold at 7:42 p.m. The January 10th, 2015 call at 8:18 p.m. and the January 17th, 2015 call at 7:17 p.m. Those are the ones that we have provided that we intended to introduce through ADA Sprinkle. Now, as to the follow-up question that Mr. Sharp just asked about, and that the court inquired about, the Zachary jail calls were served in they are in July of 2022 under the jail calls folder.
Okay.
July 6, 2022 at 9:16 a.m. So the first discovery service, and it's in the folder called Zachary, Quindarius.
All right, so that ought to help y'all locate it to review or re-review.
Could we just ask, as soon as the state identify, and I understand that they're saying for impeachment at this time, but as soon as they identify what they want to use, that they let us know. So we're not, I just don't want to litigate in court while the jury's here, just like.
The court,
And I appreciate that.
the court instructed us to alert the court and counsel outside the presence of the jury if that need arises. The court does have periodic breaks, and we intend to do that without.
I mean, I imagine it would be kind of hard to know before you know how he's going to testify, but is it a large volume of calls?
One moment to look at it, approximately how many. And to be clear, I know the subjects, I know the questions, generally speaking. I don't have a script of his responses. And so it is almost impossible to, at this point, predict which, if any, would be impeaching, because as everyone has witnessed, sometimes answers are non-responsive and not true at the same time. So it's just, I'll look through Mr. Zachary's calls to see if there's any one that contains something that's not in a statement or a summary.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so then I think that with regard to Mr. Sprinkle and what evidence would come in through him, we've gone through that. And then we've got cell phone custodians. I think we already talked about Mr. Burney. Which brings us to either Voss or, is it Wetzel? Is that how you say that? Weitzel? And I assume.
And it wasn't Voss. We had said Vanna Kelly. There was.
Right. What
And
Kelly?
Right.
And Voss is the one.
There is one outstanding matter before, I think, at least a week before. I don't have the notes that I had called about. I'm checking now to see if they've been sent recently, but so the court had asked us whether she had provided a separate report.
Right.
And what the GBI told us that we informed counsel for the defendants is that she not just peer reviewed, but she verified the results that Mr. Voss obtained. And her notes were what I requested from the GBI. Normally, they're pretty fast, and I'm just checking to make sure that they have not sent them and I just missed it. But I'm going to also follow up.
All
with a
right, so
call.
either, if you do have the email, just send that on, and if not, follow up. Okay. So that's all that's outstanding for that. Okay, Officer Atha, that's just, that doesn't look like anything particularly. You'll just pick which pictures are necessary. Same with Sanders. And Smith, that evidence already came in, right? With Sledge.
Yes, actually,
Okay.
she, that video from
Yeah.
that one, the one video did,
Okay.
yes.
And then we've done Miss Latner's, and Miss Bell. And Pitts is just gonna be testimony.
Pitts' testimony and some of those pictures that we talked about earlier today, that if we've not sent a link over, that we're gonna be providing to them, those are the 1428 ADL Avenue pictures. If the court would indulge. Can you confirm? So we have identified 9, I think, out of several from 1428 Adele Avenue that we intend to use.
Okay. With Pitts. Am I understanding you correctly?
Let me confirm.
Okay.
Just one moment.
So Ms. Love, while we're waiting for your colleague to return, just let me generally say that with all of the crime scene photos, just make sure that you look through and narrow it down to what you need. I know that just as an example on the, and I did find you had given us a more detailed sheet with regard to at least, maybe the first 15 or so of the next witnesses, maybe more, with details about which evidence you were going to use. And I know, like, for one of them, there's like side view of XYZ gun, front view of XYZ gun, other side of XYZ gun, which may be significant for some reason. And of course, if it is, then let's use all of those pictures. But if it's not, and you can use one picture instead of three, just with the number of witnesses and the amount of evidence we have, if one will do instead of three, let's do one.
Yes, Your Honor. And there may be instances where we tender and, this many and publish two.
Exactly, just like you did with Miss Bell. All right.
Thank you.
And if you are going to tender this many, and especially with the crime scene text, just, hand them the whole stack.
Definitely.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, while we have a minute, can I ask, can we go back to number 23 on page 6? It says
Ye-
Tyrone Dennis.
Yes.
The second check or second box thing says overall investigation of crimes of YSL between January 2015 and December 2015. I don't know what exactly the state means by that. Summary witnesses, my understanding, are frowned upon. Investigator Dennis previously, when Judge Glanville was the judge in this case, there was a easel with pages being flipped where he was listing all these different shootings and saying what was gang related, what wasn't gang related, or really just what was gang related. And kind of going through a timeline of a bunch of different acts of violence. I don't think at this point, if it's targeted to something, I'd be interested to know what the state is trying to get from Investigator Dennis at this point. But just like another recap of everything that was going on. I mean, we objected the first time, and we still don't believe it was appropriate. But to do that again, it's just we're kind of retreading the same summary of this case, and the jurors, they're smart, they get it, and so I just don't think that would be appropriate.
Okay, well, I'll inquire. I'm sure you're not going to just put him up for a recap of what he's already testified to. What's going to be new?
Your Honor, we're not putting him up through for a recap. What we gave on that sheet of paper was a generalization. If, as for instance, he was allowed to talk about his investigation. He was qualified as a gang expert, and many of the incidents that he investigated, he was able to gain information pertaining to some of the facts that he testified about. Some of the things that he was able to testify about. He also actively, like I said, participated in the investigation. So he, as a fact witness, was able to testify about those things as well. As the court sees what the court doesn't know or wasn't there when he touched on the fact that after Donovan Thomas's murder, they went back and they saw that there were incidents that occurred that appeared to be act and reaction from certain groups of people. And then after the Donovan Thomas murder, that there were a series of retaliatory shootings. He did not go deep into them. There were incidents that were listed that we are now presenting evidence of. At the time, there were objections to him talking about his investigation into those crimes. We alerted the court. We're going to put up evidence of those crimes. This particular one we did today is one of them.
Right.
So in as much as he gave a broad overview of, what things they saw occur, and that is at this address, there was a shooting. Then there was this shooting at this address. To the extent that there are details that are going to be brought out or that are challenged on cross-examination, those sorts of things that were not ever talked about before will be talked about with Detective Dennis this go round. This will not be a rehashing, of a summary. That's not necessary. That would be a waste of time. This is going to be information that either he's not testified about or someone challenges another person on cross about. I don't think that at this point we can actually say, hey, this is all the stuff that we're going to talk about. We do know that it's going to encapsulate that area, that span of time that we listed for the defense in the court on that sheet.
Well, Your Honor,
Yes.
let me say this. I'm seeing these 4/28/15 shootings. I'm seeing on the state's list here, they're saying committed by Demekion Garlington, Antonio Sledge, Quindaria Zachary, and Shannon Stillwell. There is no evidence other than Mr. Zachary in his proffer trying to get better sentence, saying that Mr. Stillwell was there. There's absolutely no evidence, no phone records, no other witnesses, no ballistics that link to Mr. Stillwell. There is nothing that puts Mr. Stillwell in that case. My concern, and he wasn't charged either.
Okay.
What I don't want is, I don't know what Mr. Zachary, where he is, if we're going to hear from him, if we're not. But what I am going to have a motion if somehow Mr. Stillwell, through investigator Dennis or some other witness that has no firsthand knowledge of anything, starts trying to bring my client into the 4/28/2015 shootings. And from the discovery, the only person that says that is Mr. Zachary when he was, trying to get himself out of trouble. And if Mr. Zachary says that, I will deal with that on cross-examination. But until Mr. Zachary says that, investigator Dennis should not have anything to say about that.
All right. Your Honor, the state, we are well aware of what the rules of evidence allow and don't allow. We will adhere to those. And as it relates to the evidence that we tender to prove the facts of this case as relates to each of these defendants, we will comply with and follow the rules of evidence. And I think that at this point, to efforts to sort of restrict what someone believes we may do is, at the very least, it would be a waste of time. It would make no sense for us to try and introduce through a witness we intend to put up a statement through someone else, through Detective Dennis, a statement of Zachary before Zachary ever testifies. That's wrong.
All right,
We're not
good.
going to do that.
I mean, that's
So
good. I don't mind somebody alerting everybody to that as a potential issue. And I appreciate that you say that, of course, you're not going to do anything like that. Okay. Yes.
On that, over objection, Detective retired Detective Dennis did testify as what I'd call a summary witness, but the court needs to know that we never received an expert report for some of these people, not Miss Bell, who just testified, and those reports that we have on that incident on April 28, 2015, that found her to unfortunately, tragically be shot. A lot of what the Detective Dennis previously testified is total confrontation clause. I don't even know who he spoke with. He just spoke with people, interrogated people, interviewed people, people called them up, CIs. I have no idea if there was hope of benefit. And I think that's what Mr. Shart is getting to, because that's already happened. It's over objection, and I don't want it to happen again. And also, summary witnesses are not favored. That's United States versus Perry, Perry. And that's 35F 4th. It's at 293. It's in Division 3, 5th Circuit, 2022. Specifically, again, we caution the government not to rely on improper summary witness testimony. So I would also join in that same objection. And I understand it's a pre-objection, but.
Okay. Thank you. And actually, I think that Ms. Love had shared with everybody, she had gotten through about, I don't know, it's not numbered, but 7 or so pages. Witnesses at the time, they were 81 through 110 with more detail than what's here of exactly what she thought the evidence was going to be at the time she put it together. And for Detective Dennis, he's on the last page of that, she's got listed the specific evidence that she, at least at the time she was putting it together, thought he was going to be testifying to this time around. And it doesn't, other than the PowerPoint, which has essentially been ruled out, it doesn't look like it's kind of summary testimony. Is that fair, Ms. Love?
Yes, and also I think that as I'm getting updates from team members who are also signed on, that in the Dropbox that I believe that we provided, we have, with even more specificity, photographs of Zachary and Copeland with guns, found at the Dunbar Center and at the Zachary arrest. And I think that this is something that has already been touched on. It's not, the court is correct, in short.
Okay.
We've been more specific.
Okay. Okay, sure. All right, so did you come back with further information? I think we had paused on something and.
We did, okay. So we have from Adele Avenue, there are several photos that we are still narrowing down that we got today. We will provide both all of those photos as well as the ones we intend to tender as evidence. My notes say that they are in the Dropbox link that 88 Atkins shared under CST Turner, but I don't know, my notes don't say that we have or have not sent them over to counsel for defense and to the court. So I'm confirming that. Okay. We have 15 additional photos and a floor plan for 1903 Drew Drive that is being sent over shortly as well. Let me confirm whether that Dropbox link was shared internally or with everyone. Just a moment.
Can't hear you without the mic, I'm sorry.
If they're looking for a recent email, I'm just trying to help. We haven't received anything from the prosecution team.
Okay.
I am being informed that the Dropbox link that everyone has been updated with those items.
Oh, okay. So just, can you tell which Dropbox link it is? Because I know there are several.
The one with the 30 witnesses that has this particular witness on it.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we were at what is numbered on this order of proof and exhibits list. We were on witness number 21, Officer Pitts, and that's, I think, when we stopped to sort out the issue with the new photographs from Adele Avenue. And so moving on, we just talked to the next page, witness 26, Detective Dennis, we've just talked about. And I had written down from when we talked before, the number 87LL, was that the PowerPoint that we have already dealt with? I don't know.
What is the court's note regarding 87LL?
87LL or 871L? I should write more detail in my notes.
1 second, Judge.
You know what? It was the PowerPoint. We've dealt with that. So that's fine. Okay. All right, so turning the page, we've got Mr. Arnold, his plea agreement, potential jail calls, and social media. And the jail calls would, again, only be, y'all are having him testify? Planning to?
Correct.
So that would be, is that gonna be anything other than potential impeachment?
No,
Okay.
I think that.
And those would have been the same jail
the
calls that were listed under Sprinkle also?
Well, yes, I was gonna say, yes, and the one in particular that I'm thinking about as I play it in my mind, whether it would be this particular one on January the 10th would be considered impeachment. It was right after the murder of Donovan Thomas, and it involved Mr. Bradford, a call from Mr. Arnold to Mr. Bradford.
Okay.
So it's a call that the state may tender on its own. I think it's one that the conversation needs to be heard. I think it's something that can't be captured in a
Okay.
examination and a response.
All right. So is that one that we need to litigate anything about? Yes. The defense thinks so, so I guess we need
Okay.
to litigate it. There doesn't sound like there's agreement. Okay, is that something we can do now?
I just, if I could hear the specific objection so that I could respond appropriately. Mr. Whomever said that is correct. It is a 15-minute call, but
Okay.
I believe
I'd ask the court just to allow us to know specifically the objection to it since the call has been identified.
Okay,
if I'm thinking of the right call, there's different people. Mr. Arnold is in custody, by the way, Your Honor. He's arrested on or about the 6th day of January 2015 outside of Club Crucial. You heard about this fight at Mr. Copeland. He's arrested outside. And I believe he's charged with either a small amount of marijuana or a gun or something to that effect. It's now the 10th day of January 2015. It's approximately, my memory is 7:42. I may be wrong. And it's clearly a collect call. If the voices are identified the way the state says, it's Mr. Bradford at first and Mr. Arnold. But then there's another woman who's on the phone, who I am not going to stipulate who it is. And she gets on the phone and supposedly says something potentially about Mr. Williams. I am objecting to that portion if that person's not testifying. The person I believe it is, but I'm not stipulating, is Miss Morton. And I heard today that the state said that they will wait on the Honorable Douglas Weinstein to call Miss Morton to promote the alibi defense for Mr. Kendrick. So I would move to exclude that portion. There's other portions, and I just have to get my notes, Your Honor, but I can do that, that are not relevant. They're talking about, I don't know, the jail food, or I don't know. I don't want to make specifics, but it's nothing to do with anything happening in our case.
Okay. So understanding, at least I'll respond not to the jail food, but because that was at most a few words, but this is, we believe, calls between co-conspirators who are Mr. Arnold reaching out at first. I believe he may have initially had one purpose for reaching out, but the conversation turned to an alert or an informing of the current status of something that had just occurred. We believe that the thing that had just occurred that is a part of the larger conspiracy that is count one is the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is Mr. Arnold reaching out to Mr. Bradford, Mr. Arnold asking, what's up, how things are, how are y'all doing? And Mr. Bradford saying some shit just occurred. He's, we believe, being intentionally selective with his words. And Mr. Arnold is asking where other people are. Miss Morton gets on the phone. Mr. Arnold specifically asked where Mr. Williams is. Ms. Morton says to Mr. Arnold, "Hey, Goldilocks." Mr. Arnold at some point had his hair dyed blonde gold, but she references him. And at some point, of course, Mr. Arnold asks, just to speak to the idea of we don't know who it is, Mr. Arnold asks Mr. Bradford, who is that? And Mr. Bradford, I think, says Bushi. And as they are apprising one another of what is happening outside the jail, as they're apprising Mr. Arnold of what's happening outside the jail, we believe that this whole conversation is a conversation between co-conspirators serving to inform each other of the current status of the conspiracy, which therefore furthers the conspiracy itself. It serves to maintain a certain level of cohesiveness among them. And each one of the people who are taking part in the conversation are persons we believe who have just had some involvement, if they did not switch cars with, provide transportation for the people we believe are involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. They are advising each other of where the participants in that activity are at the moment that the inquiry is made. And I think I said that Mr. Arnold asked for Mr. Williams. It may have been that he asked for Mr. Kendrick. So that's a mistake on my part. He asked where Yak was. And I think that they, in responding where one of them was, Mr. Arnold was told that they were either with Mr. Williams. There was a reference to their current locations. And at this point, the entirety of the conversation, we believe is one that is informative, one that falls squarely under the co-conspirator statement category. So at the very least, there is that. We do intend to inquire of Mr. Arnold about that. I don't know what he's gonna say.
Okay,
But so it has two, we believe that it would be introduced in one of two ways.
So if Miss Morton is the person who answers the question of where Mr. Kendrick is and says where somebody else is as well, are you contending that she's an unindicted co-conspirator?
Oh, she is, we believe that she is, yes, an unindicted co-conspirator. She is, we're not saying that she, participated in the murder of Donovan Thomas, but in as much as her actions this night and what she does later on, I think the conversations that she has with Mr. Kendrick, we won't be trying to get into what she told the police, but I'll just tell the court, she tries to provide an alibi initially. It's sort of, she's lying for Mr. Kendrick later on, when presented or confronted with the surveillance footage. She's kind of coy and, saying, I don't see who is that? I don't see that. So she, yes, is a part of the conspiracy in that sense. She's not indicted. But when we're looking at the broader conspiracy that involves YSL and protecting its members and carrying out its purposes, she is a part of that. She's not indicted.
Associate of YSL?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that this discussion be tabled for another day. Mr. Weinstein is more on has the details of this conversation and this evidence.
Okay, so I am going to need evidence other than, like what the state's evidence other than this one conversation is to establish that she's an unindicted co-conspirator. I assume, Mr. Steele, that would be your objection?
I have a series of objections under 24-801 and specifically, and a good case I think is Stafford, STA, FFORD versus State, 312, Georgia, 811, it's in Division 5A, as in Elisa, 865 Southeast 2D, 116, 2021. And Your Honor, my position is going to be just the law, like you've been articulating. The state first has a requirement by a preponderance of the evidence that a conspiracy existed, and which is what I focused on and what the court just focused on, that the Honorable Court focused on, that the conspiracy included the declarant and the defendant against whom the statement is offered. and the statement was made during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy. And when you hear the recording, you may make determinations that one, if it is Miss Morton, if someone can identify her voice, that she is not a part of the conspiracy, and that would break the chain. And two, it may be a quote spilling of the beans, because the entire conversation is nothing to further the conspiracy. If anything, and I'm not saying there's any conspiracy, but if anything, it's very vague and something happened. And I'm not saying that that